All right, you guys, welcome to another live stream. Please, you guys should share, subscribe, hit the like button for me. And we got to dive into this video, you guys. The White House is about to fall apart, literally. Satan knows that his end is coming to his world. So now, you guys got to understand, to all my brothers and sisters, to all my folks, that on the bill that they have signed regarding your public assistance and your writs, your stamps, well, I got some news. Starting 2006, emergency housing vouchers will end early. Now, 6,000 U.S. families to lose aid by mid-2026. Nearly 6,000 Americans who access emergency housing vouchers introduced during the COVID-19 pandemic are being told the program will end prematurely, facing them to find housing solution before mid-2026. Originally set to run through 2031, were found by 5 billion American rescue plans, investments, but escalating rents and inflation have blown through the budget faster than expected. Now, this going to come faster than you're expecting. Expect next year, probably around this time, you guys expect, or it can come sooner. Expect, especially in California, over 6,000 people will lose their rent vouchers. People are planning now. There's a lot of Californians planning moving out of the United States. People are planning to move out of the United States. Now, according to reports, indicates that the federal emergency housing vouchers program designed to provide rental assistance to individuals, families experiencing or at risk of homelessness and survivors of domestic violence is run out of funds faster than anticipated. Now, it's the same with FEMA, you guys. With these natural disasters, things, global warming changing, they ain't going to do nothing because they finna end FEMA. And the insurance companies, they ain't going to do nothing, guys. This is some real stuff that you guys got to understand, man. A bill that they're already going to have in effect by mid-2026, which going to leave a lot of American people suffering homeless. They won't have to be forced to have to live on the streets. This is why I said, man, it don't matter if you got a job, if you going to be given a job to work on the minimum wages, you're going to probably end up have to probably work 2 or 3 job tests, you know what I mean, to make up. And you're gonna have to find you know what I mean, a spouse. You're gonna, you know what I mean, because it's gonna be hard. It's gonna have to take families to have to live with each other, man. It's gonna be some hard times, you guys. So it says here, Funding depletion. This $5 billion in funding through the American Rescue Plan in 2021 was expected to last through 2030, but rapidly increasing rent price are causing funds to be faster than expected. It says risks of displacement, an estimated 6,000 households across the U.S. currently utilizing are at risk of losing the housing assistance, potential facing evictions and homelessness by the end of 2025, earlier in 2026. If funded is not reowned. Now look, man, their time is coming, y'all. The Most High God, he's really not playing with these folks. Look, an end is coming to this world, and it's coming sooner than you expected. Because if they are cutting down public assistance, just think about it's going to be millions of people here in the United States homeless, man. And many people flying out of America already. There's people are already planning to leave this country, man. So let's go. A vulnerable population. This includes a significant number of vulnerable individuals and families, such as children, seniors, people with disability, and survivors of domestic violence. Impact on progress, the potential of loss, threaten to reverse programs made in housing stability, preventing homelessness for these individuals and families. Possible solution concerns. Housing advocates are urging Congress to provide additional funding to prevent the premature termination of the program and ensure the continued stabilities of households. It says transitioning households to other housing programs may not be feasible due to existing waiting lists for rental assistance programs. Impact on landlords. Determination of payments could also financially impact landlords who house recipients. It says the situation highlights the needs of continued support for emergency housing assistance and emphasize the need for long-term situation to address housing insecurity in the United States. This is bad, man. This is going to cause a lot of stress, man. I told you guys, man, America's on a break of a collapse, man. And if we don't pull this thing together, man, this is going to cause a lot of frustration, angry, anxiety, depression. It's already here, y'all. It's already here, man. I told you guys how they trying to set the stage up. All this is staged now. You know, it's just a matter of time now. Everything you see, the bill is going to be in effect, man. It's going to take effect. So you got 60,000 people set to lose federal housing assistance by mid 2026, man. Which the fund's supposed to have last to 2030. But funding will probably run out sometimes next year, y'all. You see, it couldn't come no faster, y'all. Their time is coming up. And Most High God, you know, he's not playing, man. That you see every pledge now is boiling up, y'all. So time is now. You know, so it's gonna cause a lot of evictions, man. A lot of people have You know what I mean? To move. And it's like you ain't gonna have enough time to relocate, man, because it's that bill's gonna get in effect so fast, you guys. You got damn near to the end of 25. You got the end of 2025, y'all. That this bill gonna be in effect, and many people are gonna be out forced to live in the streets. Now let's get this show on the way, man. Let's roll this clip, man.
This is fantastic. I didn't think we were going to see this coming for a while. Congratulations. This is a very, very important thing. Thank you very much, everybody. This is a very important thing we're going to be discussing. Please sit down. Thank you very much. This is good news indeed. People said it couldn't be done. You got it done. I just have to sign, right? That's very good. This is really something.
You see what he's saying? They put it in your face, y'all. They put this in your face. They said that this cannot be done. Who would thought that this could not be done? This is what he's saying. And he said, all I got to do is just sign off on the bill. America is wicked, y'all. America is wicked beyond your and my imagination, man. He's telling you. He's putting it in your face. He's telling you. Who would thought that this would not be done? They put it right in your face, man. And he's saying, all I got to do is sign the bill, man. Your public assistance is gone, man. The education, the funding programs, the grants and scholarships is gone. The FEMA will be gone by this year. Insurance companies, you guys gotta understand, y'all. You gotta understand the time is here. The time is here. You don't have 15, 20 years, 25, 30, 40 years. The time is right here, y'all. The time is right here. You got to get your house in order. Hell, you're going to probably have to think about leaving this country. Because that's how serious things are going to be, man. People are already thinking about leaving America, man. Leaving the United States, man. This is some serious stuff, man. Because they want you to suffer. I told you guys America is about to be a third world country, man. Pretty soon, no more Medical. Medical is gone. If they taking public assistance for you, Medical, all that stuff is going to be gone from you guys. Everything going to be wiped away. Look, y'all. We don't have long to prepare, y'all. So he put it in your face and telling you guys who thought that this will ever be done. And all he's telling you, all I got to do is sign off. That's what he's telling you.
Something. And it has to do with the California Auto Regulation, CRA. It's been a disaster for this country. And I want to thank everybody for being here. We officially rescue the U.S. auto industry from destruction by terminating the California electric vehicle mandate once and for all. said it couldn't be done, but boy, it's had us tied up in knots for years. And they'd pass these crazy rules in California, and it would be 17.
Man, he's saying that they said it can't be done, man. He don't see Trump do not have sympathy for Californians, man. I'm telling y'all, man. Because he's telling you, he's putting in your face who said that it can't be done, man. And look what's going on right now. It says, based on the provided information, it's not the case that nearly 6,000 U.S. families will lose emergency housing vouchers by midway 2026 due to the reaching age status. It says instead, the critical issue is that the emergency housing vouchers program designed as a temporary pandemic response is running out of funds faster than expected. See, this will make you think, brothers and sisters, that the end is coming to this world faster than you expected. So when the end is coming to this world, yeah, they're going to cut out everything, you guys, because it don't matter to them. It don't really matter to them. Y'all got to peep the play here. The end is coming. Where scientists is already saying that it's coming faster than what we expect. I'm telling y'all, man, an end is coming so faster than what we expect. Because why are they cutting these things, man? If an end is not coming to this world, why are they cutting these things? If an end is not coming to this world, look, man. They cutting down public assistance because they know the time is running out. So it says it couldn't come the fundings couldn't come no faster than expected though. Originally, it intends to last to 2030. The fundings is now anticipated to be depleted by late 2025 or possible sometime in 2026, placing around 60,000 households at risk of losing their rental assistance and potential facing evictions. So it says, the program funded by American Rescue Plans Act of 2021 is facing premature depletions of its $5 billion. Faster depletion due to rising the rent costs has drained the program funds more rapidly than initially projected. 6,000 households at risk. Approximately 6,000 households include individual families who are suspected or at risk of homelessness, fleeing domestic violence, or survivors of human trafficking, face losing their housing assistance, risk of eviction of homelessness without continued funding. These households are at high risk of evictions and could face a return to homelessness or unsafe living situations. See, look, man, you might as well see. This is supposed to be the land of the free, right? A land where you can come here if see. There's a lot of people dealing with crisis in their countries, right? They come to the land of America, the land of free, right? But now you guys gotta understand. Coming here to America is not what y'all think it is no more. This land is finna be a third world country so fast, you guys, that you're gonna see a Christ here in America, man. You know. And so, this is going to allow 60,000 people to be without public assistance, man. I told y'all, man, if y'all went to my last video, I told you how the homelessness will increase. I told y'all this, man. Haven't I told y'all this already? And I'm just going to continue to tell you, man, that expect for these bills to be in effect. It's going to probably go into effect by the end of 2025, man. I tell you guys this, man. I tell you guys how they trying to push this agenda, man. Look, y'all, a time is here, bro. The time of the end of this world is here, y'all. It's look, it's here. And it couldn't come no faster than what we seeing, you guys. So look what this is going to cause a lot of homelessness now, unsafe living situations. And see, the advocate push for more funding extensions. See the lawmakers and housing advocates are urging Congress to approve additional fundings to prevent this loss of assistance. Political climate with Republican-controlled housing, prioritizing budget cuts makes the possibility of securing additional funding uncertain. It says in a summary, the concern is about the potential loss of EHV assistance for tens of thousands of households due to the funding depletion, not due to the families reaching a certain age. So over nearly 6,000 people in the United States will lose their federal housing assistance year before it, anticipating place them at a risk of evacuations and potential homelessness. Now the homelessness is going to increase, y'all. They're going to increase, man. And so I always told you guys, you got to get prepared for this great aftermath, because America is on a verge of a collapse, man. I told you guys this. I told y'all, man. I told you Trump. See, this is not about making America great again. This is about depopulizing the population, running on a gender, running on a, you know what I mean, population control, y'all. I told you guys. I told y'all you're gonna have to start packing your things and start getting your money in order, man. Getting your finance and things in order, man. You might have to think about leaving here, man. I'm telling y'all, man. I'm telling y'all. And you got black people thinking that, well, you know what I mean? I belong here as an American citizen. And they're not treating you as a citizen, y'all. You're not being treated as a citizen. White people now realizing that they suffering. See, when only the elite can prosper, y'all. Look, man, look how he's making this hard for all American people, for all national creed, man. I'm telling y'all, man. I'm telling y'all, man. Trump is making it hard for every American citizen here, man. White people are starting to realize that they're gonna have to suffer too. Because FEMA ain't coming out, man. This is a fight, man. This is why you think people out here protesting. This is a fight, man. This is a fight. This is about population control. This is about depopulizing the population. This is population control, man.
States would go by them, the automakers didn't know what to do because they're really building cars for two countries. When you have 17 states, you're building cars for two countries. And I want to congratulate you all, the Senate, the House, the whole thing. It's incredible. I was going to sign a executive order and give it a shot. But the one good thing with this number.
You see what he said? He said, I was just going to sign the executive order. All he got to do is sign, y'all. That's all he got to do, y'all. For it to go into the Senate to Congress, man. Y'all better peep the play what's on these bills, man. Because once these things get into effect, that's it. Look at the tariff wars. They tighten the food chain. You know what I mean? Look what's going on with the consumers and thing. Man, this thing is finna really, really collapse. Look at high inflation. Look at the cost of food. None of these things went down, y'all. The cost of gas and things like that. None of these things that he promised you went down. I just want you guys to understand. None of these things you guys been promised went down, y'all. And the people out here protesting like crazy. You see the looting going on. You see the vandalism. You see everything going on. You hearing from black YouTubers that they said Spanish blaming blacks for the looting. It's a lot of stuff going on, y'all. It's a lot of things going on out there, man. Let's go.
Number one, it holds up forever, and number two, unless somebody votes it out, they'll never do that. And it's just so much better, so much better. That's so great. Very proud of you. We're joined today by the great Speaker of the House. I think he's going to go down as a great Speaker of the House. I may be wrong. I may be wrong. Who knows? Who the hell knows? I think he is. And he's doing something, the only thing I would say is more important than this one, and I'll tell you what, it's almost close. That's how big this is today. But the great, big, beautiful, I added the word.
Let me tell you guys, man. America doesn't have a departure. You don't have a home here. You don't. This is not permanent, man. I keep telling my black people this, man. You're gonna have to wake up in a time, y'all. In a time, you're gonna have to wake up, man. Cause they're here to slaughter us, man. You're not gonna make it if you're here in America, man. If you live in California, you're not gonna make it. Matter of fact, you're not gonna make it anywhere, man. People are already thinking about packing their things and leaving this country, man. You're gonna have to leave America. Y'all gonna have to listen to me, man. You guys gonna get to a point. You guys gonna have to pack up and leave here, man. Cause you don't have a future here in the United States of America. This thing's gonna be burned up with fervent fire and heat, y'all. Y'all not hearing me. Y'all not gonna be here to survive it, man. Because this day will be set with fervent fire and heat. People are packing up, man. People are deciding to leave here, man. Look. I'm saying you're not going to be able to afford living here, man. Half of people is on public assistance. You're not going to be able to afford yourself living here, man. So why not look somewhere to live, man? Because these things will be in effect, man. By the end of probably 25 into 26, man. Once that stuff gets in effect, you're gonna see the effect. You're gonna start seeing the domino effect, man. You're gonna start seeing millions of people, man, homeless, man. In California right now, California is he's aiming at. Because California is one of those big populations he's aiming at. Because a lot of people won't be able to make it if they're in California because of the high cost of living in California. A lot of Californians is moving, are planning or moving from the United States. People are already planning that. You're gonna have to get to a point that, man, being here in the United States of America, you can't put yourself in in a situation. Because many people don't even have a solution. They don't have a solution how they going to restart again, how they got to start all over. A lot of people that lose their rent vouchers, they do not have a solution. They don't. If you just think about if you've been homeless, if you're homeless out there already, you already know what it's like to be out there in the wilderness. But just think about it. Living out in the streets, people will never think that the time right here will come. Sicknesses, disease, and and things like this. This is what the devil's on, y'all. You know what I mean? A lot of people, man, a lot of people will be cut out, man. They living conditions, man. They will be from losing everything, y'all. Losing everything they had and living in the streets in the worst living conditions. All behind the devil that want to do all his ill he can. See, look, food stamps right around when public assistance in, food stamp would end. Social Security would end. All that stuff that was put in the bill, all that stuff will come to an end. I want you guys to know, man. These stuff will come to an end, man. Let's go.
Great, I use the word. The great, big, beautiful bill. It's going to be one of the most, I said it this morning to a group, I think it's one of the most important pieces of legislation ever signed, ever approved.
You say this here, man. He said the great, beautiful bill, man. She don't have no concern. You see, that's no concern of having for American people, man. He's telling you the great, beautiful bill, man. You don't know what's in the bill, but they do. He's telling you. He's putting it in your face, y'all. He says the great, beautiful bill. Tell y'all, man. Man. Y'all think this shit is a joke, man. Y'all think it's a joke, man. When all hell break out, y'all think this stuff is a joke. Y'all think that. Y'all really think he's for the American people, man? Will America vote these people in office? And y'all had thought that he's going to turn America around, make America great again. Y'all believe that, though. Y'all believe that to vote this man in. And now when he gets in, you know what I mean? It's different. It ain't what you think. Come on, man. Y'all gotta wake up, man. Y'all gotta wake up, man. All those black farmlands, man, they're gonna lose they're gonna lose their farm. They coming. People ain't gonna be afford, you know what I mean, to keep their homes, man. Telling y'all, man. Tell y'all, man. If you got money in the bank, you might want to decide to take that out. If you got money in the bank, you might want to decide to take everything out, man. Take your money out of these banks, man. I'm telling you, man. Because this whole thing's finna clash. Because they ain't gonna come up with no excuse when they freeze the banks. They ain't gonna come up with no excuse. If your money tied in the bank, that's your problem. But I'm telling y'all right now, I'm warning you. Get all your money out of the banks, man. Because this thing's finna clash. This thing will, you know what I mean, clash. It's gonna collapse, y'all, at some point. Let's go.
So it's going to be something very special. Thank you very much. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, thank you. Secretary Sean Duffy. And they had a problem in India today, and you know that. Sean's doing a tremendous job. Secretary Chris Wright, everybody said you'd never be able to get him. He's the most talented man, they say, in the oil and gas industry. I'll let you know in about 2 years if that's true. Well, Doug Burgum, I wanted Doug Burgum to head up energy because he was so successful in North Dakota. He's governor. And he said, sir, there's one person who's much better than me. He said, who? They said, Chris Wright. I said, who the hell is Chris Wright? I had no idea. Now everyone knows Chris Wright. He's going to be more famous than me. But he said, there's a guy named Chris Wright. And if we could get him, he'd be better than I am, sir. And if you knew Doug, Doug's not here, is he? If you knew Doug, he's always working someplace. But if you knew Doug, you'd know that he doesn't say that often. And he did. And Chris, you're doing great. But I don't like it. The oil prices have gone up just a little bit over the last few days. I was going to call it just really start screaming at you. Are we okay? Nothing wrong, right? It's going to keep going down a little bit, right? Because we have inflation under control perfectly. You probably saw the records. Everyone's on television saying, what's going on here? Trump has proven to be right. You know, all of these things. We've taken in $88 billion in tariffs in 2 months. 88.
Look what he's doing with the tariffs, y'all. Y'all don't find this thing a joke, man? It says in a recent report subject, the Trump administration considered or have initiated widespread cuts to federal funding for Californians, including education, grants, and programs. It says Pell Grants and federal work studies. The Trump administration proposed that budget, including significant cuts to these programs, potentially impacting low-income students' access to college and increasing their debit burden. College officials predict this could lead to fewer students enrolling and completing their degrees. See, you don't have a future here. He's cutting out, he's trying to do this to all, put the whole suffering on all middle class people, man. I told y'all, man. If your children is planning to even graduate at 11th and 12th grade year, good luck, man. Good luck for them to be handing a scholarship, man. And it says federal research grants. Some research grants include those aimed at promoting diversity in fields have been canceled. At least 24 University of California and California State University campuses have lost training grants that supported undergraduate and graduate students pursuing their degrees in scientists. I tell y'all, California, man, you know what I mean? They losing all these grant programs because why? Trump don't support Californians, man. It's like he hate Californians, man. I'm telling y'all, man. I'm telling y'all what they doing, man. You really don't have no future here in America. Because when you find out America don't have a future for itself, when you find out that these times that we seeing is cut out. So you got to understand the Most High God. If the Lord God hath not cut short the days, humanity won't even survive. But now you see, for the sake of his elect, he has shortened the days. Humanity won't survive what's coming to approach. But I want to say this because it's important to say this. Because if we live for the Lord, we live for the Lord. And if we die for the Lord. So whether we live or die, we're going to belong with the Lord. There's going to be a lot of us that doing their ministry and ministering on social media, on a platform. There's going to be a lot of people that's forming people the time. A lot of people that's servants of the Most High is going to be saved, going to reach the people. And I'm only here to reach you guys into this light, man, because sooner or later, man, this present world, this old world that we all standing in, it's gonna eventually die out. It's gonna fade out to some degree, you guys. It's gonna die. See, because what remains cannot stay hidden, y'all. This secret agenda cannot stay hidden too long, you guys. What comes into the dark comes to the light, you guys. You know, their days is cut out for them. And like I said, when they tighten, when you see the chains is tight, and you see everything's being tight, it's an incoming. You guys, you don't have to wait too long. I told you guys, this ain't 15, 20 years. This ain't 50 years that they can prolong it. The science could tell you that America's on the way out. The end is here. The end is coming to this world. It's coming. And it can come no faster than what they doing today. Let's go.
Billion with no inflation. And if we're smart, there won't be. Now, we'd like to get this guy to lower interest rates because, if he doesn't, we have to pay. We have a lot of short-term debt. Obama gave it to us originally, and Biden carried it on. They like short-term. I like long-term cheap debt. But a lot of the debt comes through because Biden, he didn't do it. I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. But somebody approved short-term debt. It's all over the place. And it comes due starting very soon. And if we would lower the interest rates by 1 point, we'd pay it.
Look, guys, I want to say he's not lowering the interest rates for American people, man. See, according to reports, Trump administration considers slashing federal education money for Californians. See why they are planning on slashing is about profit, y'all. Just like with Tesla. It's about profit. So it says here, according to reports, California government Gavin Newsom is feuding with President Donald Trump over troops deployment to LA. So it says here, the Trump administration is considering cutting federal education funds to California, according to People. It says here, familiar with the administration thinking. The discussion comes as government Gavin Newsom and President Donald Trump feud over the president deployment of National Guards to LA to stop immigration protests. A Trump administration employees who was not permitted to speak publicly about the administration plan told the Education Department may stop the disbursements of formula funds, which are reward based on predetermined formula created by Congress. You see how Trump trying to do that? He hate Californians, man. He started to put a cut to everything, y'all. Y'all not seeing this picture, man. And all this stuff gonna go in play by next year, which means that I told you guys that they don't have long, y'all. You'll think why would they do this? This is what y'all would think, right? Because they time is up, y'all. The end is coming here in this world, in this wicked world. The end is coming. This is the fall of Babylon. This is the fall of Babylon, y'all. This is the fall of her judicial system. This is the fall of the system. This is the fall of her educational system. This is the fall of her economic, legal systems. This is the fall of even the police departments. This is her fall, y'all. America will collapse at some point, y'all. Y'all think that these people are rally and all this. This is the last time they'll rally. Before destruction approach. This will be the last time, you guys, that they will have rally. Like they will think that they're having a good old time. Then all of a sudden, destruction will come.
About 1 point less. That's $300 billion a year. Can you believe it? 1 point. If you'd lower it by 2 points, pay $600 billion a year. That's for years, 10 years, 12 years, whatever we make it. can't get this guy to do it. And the fake news is saying, oh, if you fired him, it would be so bad. It would be so bad. I don't know why it would be so bad, but I'm not going to fire him. I just want him to, we call him Too Late, right? Too Late is this nick like Too Tall Jones. He was Too Tall, T-O-O. And I just say this because we want to get rid of inflation, and we have. But we're going to be paying more for debt. And all he has to do is lower it. Europe's done 10 lowerings. We've done none. And nobody understands it. Actually, today when the numbers came out, they were so good. You saw yesterday's numbers, incredible. No inflation. Today's numbers, today just came out, same thing, no inflation. They're all shocked. All these guys are watching from business, CNBC, and all of these different networks. Maria Bartiromo actually got it right. She's been getting it right for a long time, that one. I hope she's appreciated. And Joe Kiernan's been very good at CNBC, I must tell you, but other people aren't so good. But I will say that they can't believe what's happening. But if I could, because we can.
No, he says to American that he's gonna promise America that it would be great again. No inflations. Inflation will be high, y'all. Inflation is high, y'all. Watch how things go into effect by the end of 2025, y'all. Inflation's gonna be sky high. It's gonna be bad, you guys. Homelessness will gonna increase. Social Security will be gone. Food stamps will be gone. And then the only thing that you think that they'll have to do something good is to bring back jobs, to say they love capitalism, y'all. And all the good jobs will be gone because of them deporting immigration. All the farm jobs will be gone, y'all. All the construction jobs will be gone, y'all. Half of these jobs will be gone, and they'll force jobs back, but it's going to be on the minimum wage. Are you willing to work on the minimum wage? You're going to be forced to have to work a job, man. You're going to be forced. See, that's why I say all of us got to understand, man. This should be a time that you should be like, get your money and everything together, get your things together, and trying to, reconsider relocate, man. I'm telling you guys something, man. You're going to have to leave this country, man. You're going to have to flee from America, man. Because I'd be down, because there's a lot of California recipients, And I'm gonna say to all my Californians and people, man, if you have a way to leave the United States of America, y'all. Leave it, man. I recommend you guys to leave it because this thing's gonna be burned, man. This thing's gonna be burned with fire, man. I understand that some people can't afford to leave, man. But I wanna say get used to being in the wilderness because only the strong will survive. Only the strong will survive this, y'all. America doesn't have a permanent future for you. They don't have a departure for themselves, man. They're gonna realize that sooner or later they're gonna have to pack up. Sooner or later that they will have to pack up, you guys. You might want to think about leaving America because, look, you guys, if scientists telling us that they know something is gradually will approach this earth and it can kill humanity. Why would scientists say now a lot of people will make it, at the end of 2025 and the very beginning 2026, because look, you guys, something gradually going to approach this earth. Earthquakes is coming. I told you guys, something big's going to hit this earth, you guys. And the worst is still yet to come, guys. Look, man. I just don't trust staying here anymore, man. I don't trust America anymore. I can't trust it anymore, y'all. I just don't trust anymore, you guys. You know what I mean? Like I tell my own baby mama, man, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? You have money and you just spend money foolish. You know what I mean? People spend their money foolish, y'all. Instead of saving their money, man. Cause it's gonna get to that time you're gonna probably have to leave. You're gonna probably have to leave America. I tell you guys, man. Finance is so important to have and save, man. Have a money plan. Have something saved, man. I'm telling you, man. People get money and they get money. They got to go in these stores and spend their money, man. Nah, you don't have to go in these stores and get everything, man. It's important to get your house in order. It's important to get all the stuff you need because it's gonna come to that time, y'all. Get everything you probably can, man, in order though, man. Because when them vouchers disappear, man, and when people be left have to, you know what I mean, to either leave or be forced to, you know what I mean, to be homeless, and your living, see, you gotta understand your living situation, your living conditions change drastically. You know, change drastically. Like you don't know where you're gonna go next, man. That's how it is, man. That's how rock bottom is, man. People be on rock bottom before they know it. You out in the streets, man. So just think, but what I'm saying to you guys and think, man. You know what I mean? It's important to save your money instead of spending your money, man. It's important to save money because I tell you guys, man. It's gonna be a time, man. You gonna have to leave America, man. Especially, man. Especially what's going on in California, man. The people protesting in California. What's going on in California, man? Let's go.
We can discuss. Oh, we get a lot of press. We get a lot of cameras rolling right now. Not that I like doing it because I don't. But if we cut our interest by 1 point, for years we save 300 billion. If we cut it by 2 points, we save, because it's pretty equivalent. We're going to spend 600 billion a year, 600 billion, because of one numbskull that sits here. I don't see enough reason to cut the rates now. And the problem he's got is that, and I explained to him, look, if inflation went up, cut your rates now. There's no inflation. We got it down. We got prices down. We got gasoline down. And you'll keep it going down. Put gasoline's down. We drill, it's drill, baby, drill. That's why it's going down. But all that. But think of it. I said to him, he was in my office a couple of days ago.
You gotta understand, nothing down. You gotta understand this man's a success flyer. He ain't nothing down, ain't nothing he's doing put down, man. Come on, man. Ain't nothing down, man. Ain't nothing he's fixing. That's why you see America is starting to decline, y'all. Ain't nothing he's doing that you see that's in effect. But you seeing this man, all he got to do is sign these executive orders now. That's all he got to do. He tells you. They put it in your face what they're going to do, man. This is about population control, man. Deep population control, man. This is not about nothing else, y'all. It's not about American people. It's not about making America great. This is about population control. This is about agenda, man. Come on, man.
I said, if you think there's inflation, let's find out. Because I think we're going to keep it down. I think gasoline's going to be so far down oil, energy, so much energy. We have so much energy, we don't know what to do with it. But let's say there was inflation in a year from now. Raise your rates. I don't mind. Raise your rates. I'm all for it. I'll be the one I'll be calling you. It'll be too late for that too. But raise your rates. You don't have to keep them up here. If it's going to go up, I'm okay with you raising, but it's down. And we're going out to financing. And I may have to force something. Somebody said, who's the genius that thought of that? I said, it's me. Unlike Biden, I stay awake at night thinking about how to save our country. He was much better at sleeping than me. Could sleep at a beach. He could sleep at a beach with cameras rolling. I can't do that. But I had an idea. I gave it this. So this is really, we'll go short term for a year. Let this guy get out of office. Somebody will come and cut it a couple of points, and we'll save ourselves 7, 8, maybe even 9.
Look, according to source, you guys, Trump lies about the gas and grocery price. Defend tariffs. The president falsely claimed the price of gasoline is down to $1.98 in many states right now. So it says, Trump tries to argue that the price on gas and groceries are falling even though the numbers disapprove those claims. He also encouraged Americans to buy fewer dolls and pencils as a way to deal with rising costs due to his tariff policies, man. Come on, man. He's just making things complicated, y'all. You know, it's confusion of people, man. He's making it complicated for you, man. Come on, man. You see, these tariff wars is just going up. Magnificent, man. Let's go, man.
$100 billion a year. What is he doing? Why doesn't he lower these rates? And with that, we'll get on to the California standard, which is a disaster, okay? So, Chris Wright, you're going to get the numbers down. Thank you very much. Lee Zeldin, one of the most important men in this room. He's the man. I get nervous when I talk to him. He's doing a great job. Nuclear, I say, okay, you can take 2 weeks for that approval. It used to take 20 years, then they wouldn't approve it. Now I say, Lee, nuclear, I'll give you 2 weeks for approval. A coal-fired plant, you only get a couple of days. And oil and gas will give you a week, okay? Something like that. But he's doing it so fast, and we have so many plants being built right now. It's so beautiful to see. And one of the reasons they're coming here is because they have to produce tremendous, especially the AI, they have to produce beyond believable amounts of electricity. And they're doing, I said to them, I think this was more or less my idea. They didn't have the idea only because they didn't think a thing like this was possible. I said, as you build your plant, you're going to become a utility. And you're going to build a separate plant right alongside of it. You're going to build it. You're going to build a plant that produces electricity. And you'll produce it through natural gas, coal, nuclear. We don't want to produce it through wind because we don't feel like ruining 50 miles of beautiful plains and beautiful vistas. And but we want to produce it. You know, interestingly, China's opening up a coal plant every single week. But now I'm finding out it might be 2 plants every single week. And, you know, usually that's a good gauge. If they're using coal, I guess we're supposed to use coal. And, you know, we went to a coal standard. Not that you have to use coal. You're going to use whatever's best. I want to introduce also Senate Majority Whip John Barrasso, who's a tremendous guy, doctor. Okay? And he is a tremendous guy, tremendously talented doctor. When I have a medical situation for the country, for myself, I haven't used it, but I might have. Maybe I'll do that. If it's serious enough, I think I'd probably do that. But he's a tremendously talented gentleman who happens to be a senator and one that's very respected. Chairwoman Shelley Moore Capito, and congratulations. I just endorsed your son. Did you know that? I endorse your son. I endorse your son. He's running in West Virginia, and he's great. In fact, he's all Trump all the time. I think much more so than you, actually. You were his largest impediment. No, I'm only kidding. He's all Trump all the time, and he's going to win big, and so congratulate him. Okay, he's really been fantastic. So many people have told me. Thank you. And House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, who's a brave man, went through hell. Steve went through hell, and we have a lot of.
Look, Black American people went to hell fighting American war to save the independency, to save this country. But how many people that died here in America did not get treated with freedom, equality? How many of our fathers died and sweat their tears here for the white man? And we died. How many times, brothers and sisters, that a policeman comes dressed in a black and white uniform, patrolling the streets? That badge represents his line of his duty. How many times we kept our mouth shut? Most of you say, well, don't say that now. Don't raise us all to get killed, but when is going to get time that you speak up for yourself? So you cannot blame the government when he's not giving you anything, when you are not asking for anything. So the only thing you ask for is a damn job. I think now we got to come to a position to question this government. Because brothers and sisters, this have always been our fight. But look, brothers, I can understand some of you don't want to get your hands dirty and all that. I can understand that. But God comes in the midst of time. A defender has come to defend us and to move the oppressors from the oppression. Let's go.
Other people here that I won't be able to because they don't have your name down, and I'm looking and I see people's names. I'll do a couple of you, but thanks as well to Mark Wayne Mullen, Senator. Mark Wayne, thank you. Sit up, Mark. Don't fight him. He's a serious fighter in a lot of ways, and he's a great guy too. Thank you, Mark Wayne. Deb Fisher, Deb. Thank you, Deb. Pete Ricketts, who's going to do very well in the upcoming election. Thank you. Thank you, Pete. John Husted, who's really moving along in Ohio. John, good luck. You're going to do well. All endorsed people. John Curtis, who's doing terrifically. John, thank you. Good job. They all say excellent. What can I tell you? Good job. And Bernie Moreno, who won a race that was not winnable. They all said it's not winnable. He won in Ohio. They said you can't win that race. It's a waste of time. You just wasted your time, right, Bernie? It wasn't a waste of time, was it? And he won by like 5 points, too. Won by a lot. Along with Representatives Kevin Kiley, Vince Fong, Jay Obernolte, Doug LaMaffa, Daryl Issa. Where's Daryl? I haven't seen you in such a long time. Look at you. How good you look, huh? Good when you have those big margins. It's easy to look. John Joyce, great guy. John, thank you. Thank you, John. Dusty Johnson, Morgan Griffin, Troy Boulderson, Troy from place called Ohio, and he played very cute at one time, but then he got, boy, out there, he's become a good politician. Where is Troy now? Where I haven't seen him use for years. I endorsed you early when he was early and younger, but you still look young, and you've done fantastically good work, really good work. Claudia Tenney, New York.
See, they don't want you to speak like truth regarding the right race of people, man. They want to flag you. They want to demonetize you. They want to, you know what I mean? It's like you cannot speak on them. But Jesus said the truth will set you free. Jesus says, I'm going to say this again. The truth will set you free. You need to know what's at stake. Because America have failed you. The governments have failed you. Even American Christianity have failed you. You have not known yourself. So in a nutshell, you have presented out ignorancy. Because a white man, he would tell you if you pray to this prophet Jesus, he will hear you. That's false. He cannot hear you. Why can they not pray to him to hear them when they call for peace? So their documents is used to deceive the black man and woman so that they can stay on their knees praying to something that they will never get an answer. See, you'll never get an answer from a dead prophet. What kind of boy go out into the yard, you know what I mean? See, when you got a 6-year-old boy go out into the yard, that 6-year-old boy can eat solid food. You see, American religion, Christianity, have always been a curse to you. These false teachers tell you, well, you pray to Jesus, you hear everything. No, you got to pray to God, the Most High God. Jesus, he cannot hear even if he called himself. How will it be possible for Jesus to pray to himself? You know how ignorant people are going to be? They stay in these churches. They listen on what the pastors tell them. You got to pray to the Most High. You got to pray to him. Because Jesus would say, if I glorify myself, my glorify means nothing but the one who I seek after, the one who I glorify after. That's why our people are in bad shape. Our people need to be repaired because we have not come to know our God. We have not come to know the Most High God who's coming in this day and this age. That's why Jesus tells us, beware of false messiahs, false prophets. Jesus said, I have not come to seek after my glory, but the one who I glorify, who I seek after. America got all of the most religious, of the most ignorant faith of our religious, of the most ignorant faiths. You go down the block, you walk into a door of a church. And the Christians profess to be one of the most truly righteous people. You see, all day long, all night, they're on the airway preaching Jesus Christ, the prophet who died 2,000 years ago. He's dead and cannot hear the prayers of others. And that's why I said, when a Christian comes to fool you, to tell you, if you pray now, listen. If you pray to the prophet Jesus, he will hear you. See, this is false. See, why can they not get him to hear them when they call for peace? So their doctrines always used to deceive us so that we could stay on our knees praying to something that we'll never get an answer. can never get an answer to a dead prophet. If I just told Mary, the woman he cast out 7 demons, to go tell my brothers that I'm going ahead of you into Galilee. Worship our God, your God, my God. America don't have no God. Their money is their God and the God they trust. America doesn't have no God they trust. They tell you one nation under God with liberty and justice for who? Not for you. See, once you understand the black man never being treated and being given justice here in America. There have not been justice for your brother, your brown brother. There have not been justice by far. Let's go.
Claudia. Thank you, Claudia. John James. John James. I don't know. You know, he's running for governor, but I'm not sure I'm happy about that, John. Do we have somebody good to take your seat? Because otherwise we're not letting him run for governor. We can't. You have somebody good, right? Okay. As long as you like him, they'll win. Tracy Mann. Tracy, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Michael Baumgartner. Michael. Thank you, Michael. Good job. David Rouser. Thank you. Glenn Rothman. Hi, Glenn. Thank you very much, Glenn. Brett Guthrie. Brett. Thank you, Brett. Rudy Yackham. Thank you. Thank you, Rudy. And I want to thank you all. There's some additional people in the room, but we have to get back to this. This is like so big. This is a big one. Under the previous administration, I could go point after point, everything they did. Open borders, men playing in women's sports, transgender for everybody. Let's go transgender. What a group of people you had over there. They must have hated our country. Under the previous administration, the federal government gave left-wing radicals in California dictatorial powers to control the future of the entire car industry all over the country, all over the world, actually. Because they have to build a car. They can't build 19 different cars called the same thing. And really, it was all over the world what was happening. They approved Governor Gavin Newsom's ridiculous plan to impose a 100% ban on all new gas-powered cars within a very short period of time. Think of this. You couldn't buy any other car except an electric-powered car. And in California, they have blackouts and brownouts. They don't have enough electricity right now to do the job. And countrywide, you'd have to spend $4 trillion to build the firing plants, to be able to, they go over firing, they go over a lot of things, charging plants, firing plants. $4 trillion you'd have to spend. In the Midwest, they built 9 of them. 9 individual, it's like a pump, just like a pump, except instead of gas, electricity comes out. They built 8 of them. $9 billion they spent for 8. 8 little hoses, $9 billion. Now I'm sure they could have done it for about, 1,000th of that, but even if they did, it's unaffordable. They approved Governor.
Look, guys, this nation spends trillions of dollars, man. We spend more money than we can just hand out to Americans. We spend money on a lot of things that we shouldn't be spending on. Like, for instance, America fund trillions of dollars for Ukraine. America spend money foolishly They have enough money to go around. They have enough money they can wipe their asshole with. I hate to say it like that, but they have enough money to go around to feed every American citizen if they want to. They have enough money to pay off your restitution. So I don't feel sorry, y'all. I don't feel sorry. A lot of people, like even my black brothers, I have confrontation with. I have issue with because they think that when it comes to America, they come to their own territory. They are, I mean, disagreement and dispute with me when I say this country's gonna burn. America's gonna burn like Babylon. It's gonna burn, man. Because why will you cleanse on into an old world that's gonna die out? This world's gonna die. This old world's gonna pass out. It's gonna die. It's gonna die. Because I'm gonna say what remains secret cannot be hidden too long. If I was to tell you they on a secret agenda, it cannot be hidden too long, you guys. Let's go.
Gavin's ridiculous is so ridiculous. By the way, if I didn't bring the military in, Los Angeles would be burning down right now. It'd be burning just like his damn house is burned down because he didn't have the water that he should have had here.
Look, Los Angeles was already burned through the wildfires. And what was Trump at when the wildfire was being burned? When those people mock God after that golden awards, right? When people mock God. Now where was the military troops when people lost their homes, man? When all those celebrities lost their homes, man. Now what was the military act? Since Trump telling Gavin Newsom, well, I deployed, 2,000 military. Because if I didn't deploy 2,000 military, that Los Angeles would have been set on fire. But yet, what was the 2,000 military when the whole, like the whole celebrities' homes was burnt when people lost their homes, man. Now, what was the military act? See, these people don't think logic, y'all. I tell you, God will allow them feud, man. Trump is feuding with Eli, and then Trump is feuding with Gavin Newsom. See, what they don't realize that God will allow them to like themselves and feud with each other and like themselves and go into war. See, we are coming into a time, y'all, that prophecy is ready to be fulfilled, y'all. This thing's ready to be fulfilled. The Most High God ain't playing. Don't think that the Most High God is going to still come down to lay down further instructions, give people further guidance. Nah, he sent messengers down. He sent servants down for that. He's not coming to lay down no instructions anymore. This is it. This is judgment. This is it. Let's go.
So much with that, so much water. We had to send in the military to free up the water. And we did that right after the floods. We told them to do it in the first term. But just like that ridiculous plan, this is a plan to ban. Think of it, a plan to ban 100, and they call it the 100% ban on all new gas-powered cars and abolish 75% of the gas-powered trucks. 75%. The trucking industry saw me. They said, "Sir, it doesn't work." number one, the trucks are so heavy; they're 2.5 times heavier than a diesel-powered truck. So one of the big truckers owns 28,000 trucks, big company, tremendous company. He said, "I go out of business immediately. I'm not going to play games." I mean, he said, "Did you explain these things to government officials? Like the truck weighs 2.5 times more than a regular truck, a gasoline-powered diesel." And he said, based on that, we have to rebuild every bridge in the United States of America because it wasn't designed to hold cars and trucks that heavy because the batteries are very heavy. They're, probably lead. They have a lot of things in those batteries that weigh a lot. But it's 2.5 times. It's a simple number, 2.5 times. And if you want to do this, you have to spend trillions and trillions of dollars on rebuilding every bridge in the United States, and I guess throughout the world, because they do follow us. And the big rig buses and even cement trucks, they want to abolish certain categories of truck, but they want to go 75% of all of these trucks have to be abolished almost immediately. I mean, the time is just crazy. And they don't go far. Another little problem. With a tank of diesel, you can go from New York to Los Angeles if you want to go to Los Angeles right now. But New York to Los Angeles, and you can go back a little bit. With the electric truck, you'll stop approximately 6 times. Enjoy your stop. And the trucker saw me, and I said, "Did you just explain this? Because this is like, if you explain it, if a person's reasonable for this." He said, "We explained it, they didn't care." They said, "We're going all electric." They can't be stupid because anybody that can cheat on elections like them is not a stupid person. But they must hate our country. But I said to this big trucker, he said, "Sir, I've been buying trucks my whole damn life." He's a rough guy, smart guy. He said, "I got thousands of them. I've been buying them for 50 years. And every single year they got better. They got more efficient, they got bigger, they got stronger. I build apartments in my trucks now for the drivers." He said, "What's an apartment?" "That's on the cab. They put this in." "And sir, I know you like luxury, but you wouldn't mind living in one of these." I said, "Maybe I would, maybe I wouldn't." I mean, it doesn't sound too appealing, but I said, "So what's the problem?" He said, "So I noticed one thing. For 50 years, every single year, one thing happened. They got better. They got stronger. They got more efficient. They got faster. They could carry any load. If we went to this standard, we'd go back beyond 50 years. They wouldn't go as far as a truck from 50 years ago. It would be too heavy and have all the other problems." He said, "We'd be going backwards. We'd be taking a trucking industry, would be starting all over, but actually it would be worse because it was better 50 years ago than." So I said, "What are you going to do if I don't win this election?" This was before the election. He said, "You don't win the election, I'm going to close up my business because I'm not going to lose mine." He said, "I'm not going to lose my ass. I know exactly what's going to happen. It's going to be a catastrophe. It's the craziest thing I've ever heard. They're making you buy stuff that doesn't work. It's no good. It doesn't work." And I'm all for electric. If you want to buy electric, you can buy electric. Cars are great. If you buy the right ones, cars are great. And you should be given the option: buy the electric car, buy a gasoline-powered car, buy a hybrid. Probably not hydrogen, because hydrogen has a tendency that when it blows up, you're gonzo. It's over. They find you 75 yards down the road, Where is he? Well, I think that's him, but I'm not sure. So, they said, "We think we can solve the problem." I said, "That's not good enough." What they think? "No, it sounds like it's quite severe. If it doesn't work, Steve, it'll work most of the time, but if it doesn't, it's over. It'll make your accident look like peanuts compared. You wouldn't be around, I'll tell you, because it's pretty bad. But some people like it. I don't know. Let's see what happens. I would say it's off to a bad start. But because of the size of California's population and the fact that 17 other states follow California, that's the problem. 17 other states follow California. They have the most ridiculous laws I've ever seen for a lot of things. This is just cars, and trucks, and they have a lot of them for other things. But we have what's called the California Car Standards, and this horrible scheme would effectively abolish the internal combustion engine, which most people prefer. Like so far, I'd say about 90%. In fact, General Motors announced yesterday they're going to spend about $6 billion on.
Now look what's happening with Tesla, man. Sooner or later, they're gonna gain a profit. Everything is about a profit, y'all. When I find out that they take in public assistance, that's a profit. They taking the 60. It's gonna be 60. Only 1,000 people gonna be affected. 60,000 people that's on public assistance. It's gonna be in effect. We're just gonna cause people to have the worst living, conditions, man. Y'all gotta understand, all behind the devil right here want to do all his ill against the people, man. And see, like I tell y'all, man, don't come crying, man. Don't come to us crying, man, when this thing is gonna burn and this thing is gonna collapse. The economy is gonna collapse. It ain't gonna be no more, man. So for Black American people, for Black YouTubers, make videos saying a restitution is coming. Ain't nothing coming, man. Ain't nothing coming but the fall of America. That's what's coming on this nation. You know what I mean? America and her downfall. Nothing but the fall is coming here. The fall of America is coming from Almighty God. You're going to have to flee America. Because those people that's in the South that's getting, you know what I mean, the regular outbreaks that's happening. They got severe regular outbreak that's going to happen today, tomorrow, and then they says it's going to be a enhancement section for Wednesday and Thursday, y'all. Those people that's in the South is going to be getting the blues. And this year he's saying FEMA, there's a little help of FEMA they're gonna have this year, because FEMA is gonna be out next year. You ain't gonna have FEMA. You're not gonna even have no insurance companies. It's about to be rough, y'all. This thing's about to be real rough here. About to be rough, man. If I tell you guys, man, get your butter from a duck, get your water from a dry river, get your house in order, get everything you need, man. Like save your money, man. If you got a job, and like I tell you guys, man, take your money out. You know what I mean? Take your money out. You know what I mean? Out of the banks, man. Get you a safe if you have to get you a safe, man. Because I'm telling you, man, a lot of people money's gonna be tied in here, man, and you ain't gonna be able to get your money out, man. People money will be tied in here, man. I'm telling y'all, man. I'm telling y'all, man. When I said they shuffling the deck, man, they shuffling it and doing it all over again, y'all. Let's go.
Because of tariffs, and maybe because of my election on November 5th, but because of tariffs, I think more than anything, they're all coming back. They're coming back from other countries that took them 25, 30 years ago. They're all coming back. We have now almost $15 trillion. They had almost nothing last year. The year before, they very, very little. Nobody wanted to be back here. Nobody wanted to come to our country anymore because we were like stupid people.
You see what he's saying, y'all? Hear what he's saying. Nobody want to come to this country. Nobody want to come to America after what Trump finna do, y'all. Ain't nobody gonna want to come here. He's saying, he telling you guys, nobody want to come here. Y'all need to start making preparation plans, man, to leave America, y'all. He's already put in y'all face. Nobody want to come here. Nobody want to come here because America is wicked beyond your and my imagination. They wicked. These people are wicked today, y'all. These people don't have a place for y'all. People that have crisis in other fortune countries that will want to come to America, but America is this. They continue to be the bully, the bulldozer. Now people decide they don't want to come here, man, because America finna have the great fallout, the great disaster and destruction is coming. They never had a solution for our infrastructure, inflations. They never fixed the problem, y'all. There are severe weather outbreaks today, and it's gonna be tomorrow. People finna lose. A lot of people gonna be losing their homes, man. FEMA FEMA ain't covering. You know what I mean? As you thinking. You know what I mean? Y'all, man, y'all gotta wake up, man, because these people that's over there, if they continue to lose homes, FEMA ain't coming out. Don't y'all see? Don't y'all see the whole build up here, man? You see, you hear wars, rumors of wars, and you hear the wars now. The wars is happening now. These things, these things is right at hand, y'all, and it couldn't come no faster than what we seeing. Let's go.
We look like stupid people. We were laughed at all over the world. Now we're not laughed at anymore, I can tell you that. But they wanted to shatter our domestic supply chains and literally grind civilization to a halt. We would have gone so far back. It's hard to believe, actually. Hard to believe when you don't have enough electricity to give a person a little air conditioning in the summer. Now they want you to take electricity and fire up all these cars. But we're not going to let that happen. Meanwhile, all of the auto jobs would be shipped to China because they're very strong on electric, and it lives off an estimated 200,000 American auto workers would be destroyed. It's one of the reasons I did so well with the United Auto Workers. And now I'm really doing well with them. I did phenomenally with them. No Republican ever got any numbers like I got the Teamsters too. Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, these guys, they like Trump because I produce jobs. They know that. Everybody knew that the auto workers knew better than anybody how good the tariffs were. And the head of the auto workers, I don't know him at all, but he didn't like me at all. Now he's going around saying, this guy's unbelievable. He was very nice to me the last few months. During the campaign, no, but if I've proven, I've proven it. I've done what I said I was going to do, and we brought back tremendous numbers of jobs. And you're having auto plants built all over the country, all over. There's never seen anything like that. They're leaving from Mexico, they're leaving from Canada, they're leaving from other parts of the world. If they want a Mercedes-Benz, you're going to have it made here. It's okay to have a Mercedes, but they're going to make it here. Otherwise, they're going to pay a very big tariff. They already are. That's one of the reasons we have $88 billion. It's a lot of money, but that's peanuts compared to what we're going to be making in another few months. They haven't even kicked in yet. But we're not going to let any of these bad things happen, these stupid projections that I've been reading about for the last 6 months. I think these people are either corrupt or really dumb. And they're supposed to be economists. In the campaign, I promised to end this disaster, and today our Republican majorities in Congress have delivered. And I don't know, I can't imagine. It's so obvious. It's so good. Did we get any Democrat votes? Did we get one? Two? Who? 35. I think that's great. I think that's great. You got 35 Democrats. I think that's great. That, as far as I'm concerned, one in the Senate. On something that's so good. But who is the one? Well, I shouldn't have asked. I congratulate her. I don't care. I think it's great. It's very interesting. Why did I ask that question, Mr. But in a few moments, I'll sign 3 pieces of legislation that will kill, totally kill. They can't do anything about it. They can't take us to court. They can't do any of the things they can do with the executive orders. And it's permanent.
Trump is saying that he's putting in your face that he's going to sign these executive orders and nothing that the court can do, nothing people can do. I hope this country burned in hell for all this evil it's doing. I really hope America burned in hell, man. This is how I feel about this nation, y'all. And black people, you won't have to realize you're going to sooner or later, you're going to go on these videos of mine, you're going to agree at the end of the day. And don't wait don't wait to the last minute, man. When people start getting up out of here, man. Don't you wait for the last minute, man. If you have a chance to leave this motherfucker, man. Leave it, man. Because you can't go back into the great old days you was here, man. These are not the great old days no more, y'all. If you have time to listen to what I'm saying to you, it's gonna be time that you won't have to get your stuff and leave. Leave this motherfucker. Let this motherfucker burn, y'all. Just like they said, burn, baby, burn. Let this motherfucker burn, man, because it's gonna burn to the last dread. I keep telling y'all, man. This is not a permanent home. This is not a permanent place for you. This is temporal. This is temporal. Why you think these pleasures are building up? Why do you think these people is getting the blues over there, man? These weather patterns is happening, man. Come on, man. Y'all don't be a fool, man. Get yourself together, man. Because I'm telling y'all, man, the great fall of America is here, man. And this thing finna look like a third world country, man. By the time they tell you FEMA don't have a preparedness and they run out of funds, they lying, y'all, when they say that. America got enough funds. They got enough funds they can wipe their asshole with it. Yeah, I'm going there. They have enough funds that they can wipe their asshole with. See, this is only for the rich to prosper. This is only for the elite that can prosper. Middle class, they cutting out all middle classes. If you're in middle class, man, you getting cut. You getting cut. All middle class is getting cut. There's no time for the middle class to make money to even prosper, man. Only elite can prosper. A time is coming, y'all. The time is here. The Most High finna pledge America. The Most High, are you hearing me? The Most High finna pledge this nation, y'all. Finna pledge it. This is it, y'all. This is it, y'all. Y'all better start taking heed, man. Start getting your houses ordered. Get your food, get enough food while you're here. From now until the beginning of next year, man, when we start seeing they cutting out, public assistance and snapping and food stamping, y'all better start getting y'all shit together. Y'all better start doing y'all little countdowns. Get you a calendar and start doing a countdown from now until the end of 2025 and to next year. When next year comes, y'all better start getting things in order, man, because this shit finna be real. You about to start seeing America start to decline. Y'all about to start seeing things start to decline. But y'all ain't gonna be even it ain't gonna be to worry, because it's gonna get to a point if you got enough money and things that you can't buy, because it's look, y'all, what's coming here is disasters. Something big's coming here to hit and wipe out humanity. I'm telling y'all, man, y'all better be ready for it, man. Get everything in order, because at the end of the day, I told you guys only the savant, only the strong survive. Excuse me, that something was caught up in my mouth, but only the strong survive this day, man. Excuse me. Let's go.
Signed 3 pieces of legislation that will kill the California mandates forever, and they're never coming back. Now the auto companies are the most happy because now they're going to be designing and building one auto. It will be much cheaper. It's a much less expensive. They were showing me, one of the most respected people was showing me that to save a little, like a half a glass of fuel, cost them thousands of dollars with new computers and stop it. The engine has to stop and then turn on and blah, blah, blah. And I said, does it work as well? No, it's terrible. It's terrible. And that's to save a little bit of fuel, this much fuel that Chris Wright can produce with one extra little oil well someplace, right? One little, a small one, very small one. But think of it, your cars are going to cost you $3,000, $4,000 less, and you're going to have what you want. And again, you can get any car you want. You can get electric. A lot of people love the electric. They like Tesla. So do I, in all fairness. I like Tesla, and I like others too. But I also like combustion engines, and there are reasons for.
Now, notice, you guys, notice he's talking about Tesla. Because Tesla will be a huge profit that they can make off of a profit. Just think about it, man. When they talking about Tesla, it's about profit here, man. And for about how much they can profit off of. They can profit, you know what I mean, off your income tax. If they can profit out education, when they take an education cut, they're making a profit out. Anything that they cut, they're making a profit. Because they know, you guys, they know the end is here, you guys. So they got to profit. They got to make a profit. They got to cut out all middle class. They got to shut middle class down, y'all. Only rich can prosper. Y'all got to pay attention, man. Y'all really got to pay attention, man. The poor people won't make it through this, man. Y'all got to pay attention, man. Let's go.
A lot of things. When I was in Iowa, we had an unbelievable victory, if you remember. That was nice. We won by like so much, nobody even talked about anything else. That was a great victory, but it was unbelievably cold that night. And I was going to watch my victory in the area where I was going to make a speech, and the whole place was littered with cars. I said, what happened? They were electric cars, and they don't work in cold. I said, I didn't know that. And they don't work in extreme heat either. Other than that, they're wonderful. But if you're in a cold climate, how do you do that? But they're electric cars, and I noticed that, and then I didn't pay much attention because we won by about 65 points. So I was more interested in that. But I do remember that scene. I said, what the hell is going on over here? This historic action will also help us reduce inflation and bring down the price of automobiles and electricity very, very substantially. We're building massive electricity right now. It's already started because of that guy right there, Lee. So by far the most important man in the room, Mr. Speaker. Stand up, Lee. He blows you guys away, John. He blows the politicians away. I'm sorry right now. He's a great politician. He almost won for governor in New York, which is just missed by a few points. And that was another race that was not winnable, but he almost got it. But I think what you're doing now is even bigger if you want to know the truth. I think it's actually more important if you can believe that. Under the previous regime, car prices skyrocketed as a direct result of the mandates. These mandates, this nonsense that you had to do. And there's so many other rules.
See, when they talk about mandates, they're bringing in another pandemic. I told you guys how anti, Trump is, how anti, this Trump administration is, man. They're gonna bring in a new pandemic. They're gonna force the government shutdown. And this thing's gonna take place. Look, by next year, y'all. Right after they, take out public assistance, WIC, food stamps, and everything that was on that bill. And next, he's gonna push for a government shutdown, and he's gonna force, this this mark in the beast. And he's gonna do it all over again. They're gonna bring in the pandemic. They're gonna bring in coronavirus again, right? They're gonna force people to take the vaccine. I'm telling y'all, man. I'm telling y'all what y'all better be ready for, man. I'm telling y'all better a lot of y'all not ready for it because you're not gonna be able to buy, rent, sell. You know what I mean? Without having the mark in the beast. Are you hearing me? You're not gonna be able to rent, buy, sell unless you got the mark in the beast. You're not gonna be able to, or see, look. In order you probably get a job, they're gonna require for you to get vaccine. I'm gonna tell y'all something, bro. Starting in 26, a lot of people ain't gonna survive, man. This is what I'm trying to say to you guys. A lot of people ain't gonna survive. A lot of people won't survive because they're gonna call in another pandemic, y'all, by next year. By the time public assistance go, by the time Social Security is gone and rent, food stamps, all that's gone, all that they put in the bill, even the California funding programs, when all that gets cut, everything gets cut, y'all. They're gonna bring in they're gonna bring in the pandemic, y'all. I'm telling y'all gonna be forced. You know what I mean? They're gonna force a lot of mandates. They're gonna force you guys to take the vaccine, and that's when you start seeing the mark in the beast system. Tell y'all, man. And with AI being advanced, I'm telling y'all, man. Y'all better be ready, man. Y'all better by 2016. Y'all better be ready, man. Because they gotta see. The goal is to kill a lot of American people while they here. Wipe out a lot of American people. The goal is to wipe out so many amount of American people. In 2026, a lot of people won't make it. I'm telling y'all better share this video. If you gotta watch this video, we watch it. I'm telling y'all, man, a lot of people is going to suffer here, man. A lot of things going to be in fact. You'll see your own children out there in the streets homeless. Cause I'm telling y'all, man. I'm telling y'all, man. You gonna look and see people already making their decision whether they gonna stay the United States or whether they gonna move. A lot of people gonna really look to move, man. Y'all gotta build on that. Y'all gotta focus on that. Y'all gotta focus on now and next year. Get your money in order, save up. It's gonna get to a point. You're gonna have to relocate. You're gonna have to move from America. I know a lot of people. It's hard for those. It's hard for people to get up and move, but you're gonna have. It's gonna get to that point. It's gonna get to that point. You're gonna have to get everything and move, man. Move from the land that once was free. That you thought it was free. A land of no. You're gonna have to move America, man, and start getting used to leaving and going somewhere else, man. 'Cause this America is going to be a forgotten country, man. I keep saying it. A couple of people saying it. My brother Newbreed, you know what I mean, is saying it. Big shout out to my brother Newbreed, man. There's a couple other people saying this, man. That this is going to turn out to be like a third world country. Let's go.
Regulations and the car companies who are here today. Appreciate that. And Susie Wells is here today. Stand up, Susie. Most incredible woman. Most powerful woman in the world, they say. She's She was rated the most powerful woman in the world, Susie Wells. One phone call and a nation is destroyed. She could destroy 5 nations with 5 calls, and she's doing a great job. More importantly, right? Doing a great job. Nobody like it. Energy prices would likewise soar as the radical left forced more electric vehicles onto the grid while blocking approvals for new power plants. They want to block the approvals. They want you to have a car with electric, but they block the production of the juice that runs the cars. All of them, all forms of cars. It's just the craziest thing. We're in a different sphere now. We're in a whole different planet right now. The result would be rolling blackouts and a collapse of our power systems. We'd have a total collapse. You couldn't do it. You couldn't even do it. Think of it, they're forcing you to do something, and they want you to do boats also. I assume boats are being covered by this. And boats, they want you to go all electric, and the batteries are so heavy, the damn boat practically doesn't float. I used to have a lot of fun talking about that one on the tours. We talk about it. I said, what would happen if the boat sank? Because if we went to North Carolina, South Carolina, and they said, sir, we have one problem. They're forcing us to go electric for the boat. I said, how's it going to work? The boat will not float, sir. It's so heavy, and it won't go fast, and lots of other. And I did ask him a question, because I have a lot of background. My uncle was a big shot at MIT, the smartest guy. He never had a smarter guy. And I guess I have a little of that. My first question was, what would happen if the boat sank? Do you get electrocuted? Remember I said that? And I used to be decimated by these people back here. Right? I used to be decimated. They'd say, what kind of a crazy question is that? So I'm actually serious. What happens if you're an electric boat and the boat is going down? You're in trouble, Susie. And I used to say, remember, I'd get decimated. The audience loved it, but the press would laugh at it. I said, so if I have my choice of going down, we're jumping 5 or 6 yards away from the boat, but there's a shark there. What do I do? You know what I said? I'd rather be electrocuted. I said.
You see, man, he's saying to people he'd rather be electrocuted. You know, the sad thing is, you guys, what's coming on this country, y'all. That y'all gotta take heed of what I'm saying, man. Your children's that's here ain't promising education. Because he's cutting out this funding program, grant scholarships. Children's is not promised to further on their education, y'all. I'm telling you guys, this will what's finna take an effect by next year, man. Your children will be just going to school, man, because once they feel it, once these kids feel it right in the 11th and 12th grade year, once they feel it, because you got to understand, man. When they have these scholarships, assemblies, and stuff like that, you know what I mean? And this is going to be regarding Black American people. Hardly Black American people will be, let me say, how can I say this? Few will be elected, in other words, on the scholarships. You only probably see a 30% Black people will be given the scholarship. You gotta understand what Trump is doing, man. He's trumping the alarm, man. I'm telling y'all what he's doing, man. I'm telling y'all, he's trying to block out this program. I don't think it's going to be a chance that you will be given opportunity of having a scholarships. Even if you go into a community school or junior college, he's cutting all this out for middle class people, man. I'm telling y'all, man, your children don't have a future to further on their education. And we need to be able to teach this to them so they can know what's at stake. We're not promised of having a future here, y'all. The time is now for you have to prepare. I hate to be distant from my families, I have a 7-year-old daughter, and she's growing and things like that. And a lot of times is I want to be around my daughter 24/7, let her know what's at stake here, man. Because a lot of our kids, man, a lot of our kids is not promised, man. You're not, you know what I mean. You're not promised here to further your education, man. So all the sports, see, a lot of families is getting their kids in sports and all this, man, but they don't know the whole. They don't know the whole outcome. They don't even know what the outcome is going to turn out and be, man. I'm telling y'all, man. I'm telling y'all, man. You have to take heed. We have to pass this on. We have to pass this on to our children, man, because a lot of parents out there that don't watch politics, that don't watch what's going on in our world, won't pay attention. You know what I mean. I have a baby mama like that don't really watch what's going on in politics. You know what I mean, and not able to teach this to her children's, man. You know, and that's all. That's all I've been, is trying to be a mentor. You know what I mean, and live up to my expectation, live up to what God put me here to do, to inform you guys what's going on. You know what I mean? Live up to be what God made me to be, to be an aspiration to my people. Because the time I teach saying this, it's like I gotta drill this to, like, like you know what I mean, like you drilling, you know what I mean, like you drilling, you know what I mean. Sometimes you gotta like drill, like you gotta let this sink in to people, man. Like tell people, man, what's coming, what's gonna approach this nation, man. We don't really, we just passing. The time we living in, we passing through, man. I'm telling you guys something, man. I'm telling you guys something, man. Y'all better pay attention, man, and see what's in these bills, man. So the bills already passed, and things you about to see go in effect when next year comes. I'm telling you. Let's go.
I'll take electrocution every single day. But actually, he said, nobody's ever asked me that question, sir. He makes quotes. Nobody ever asked me that question. This is really an unusual question. He said, and honestly, I don't have the answer. He wasn't able. I said, don't worry about it. If I win, you won't have to worry about it. But today we're saving California and we're saving our entire country from a disaster. Your cars are going to be thousands of dollars less money. And even the ones that, if you buy electric, we're not going to make you do certain things that are just a waste of money and just time-consuming waste of money. They make you do things that are no good for anybody, make the car worse, and make it much more expensive. Over the past 5 months, our administration and Republicans in Congress have fought for the American auto worker and for Teamsters and for, by the way, right to work. We have them all. We have, we just call them just workers. We fought for workers like no one has ever fought before. I understand that. That's why we won. We won with workers. We won with young people. I just saw with TikTok. I was number one on TikTok in its history. Can you believe that? So I guess I like TikTok. That's why they're saying, are you saving it? We probably will save TikTok, actually. But on my first day in office, I ended the Green New Scam and abolished the EV mandate at the federal level. We abolished it, which is basically that everybody will be driving an electric car within a very short period of time. Now I know why Elon doesn't like me so much, which he does, actually. He does. And he never had a problem. It's very interesting. This is not something new. This has been there from day one, Speaker, right? We're going to abolish the EV mandate. And Elon still endorsed me because, honestly, he never, ever spoke to me about that. And I used to say I'm a...
Man, he's going to abolish the mandates. Let me tell you what the Most High God is here to do, man. You know, Malachi. Let's go. I want to go to Malachi. And Malachi, it talks about a people. Now, Malachi 1:4 talk about people. Edom said we will rebuild the ruin. Now, I want you guys to hear what I'm finna say, you guys. Those people that's that severe weather that's taking place in the South and it's going to get started up sometime today. And it's a severe weather outbreak for today, tomorrow, and then they got a enhanced risk for I guess Wednesday and Thursday, you guys. Tell y'all, man. Tell y'all, man. These people gonna think that they're gonna rebuild the ruin, but this is the Most High God said they may build, but I'll demolish. People that He hated, y'all. People that He hate, and see, they know now. Female, with the help of female don't even have a preparedness. God said, I will demolish all the things that they can say that they will rebuild. It's going to be demolished. Now, Pete, on the other hand, Trump is saying he want to demolish cuts. Y'all don't think the end is coming here? Y'all gotta read between the lines what Trump is saying and what God is doing at the same time. God is demolishing. They don't even have the help of FEMA because natural disaster they don't have no control. So they don't have the power of the sea and the air and the ocean because now it's God's time to come to rule. See, you got to say to yourself, never no more, and I mean never no more when the white people own. Because it's today you see it's off their reach now. Now they tighten it. Yeah, you see the food chain is tight. You see they tighten the chain. You see more prison, jail, concentration camps will be built. You see they just tighten the chain to make it now. Since his time is here, since his time is up, they just tighten the chain, y'all. The devil's here to make things complicated and force to tighten things now. As y'all see things as being tense. Yes, y'all, I'm telling y'all. You see expect for tariffs to go off. Expect all this stuff that's in the bill to go off next year. Because the time here is limited. The time here, I'm gonna say, is limited now. It's limited. You got to make a preparation way to leave America. No people in the South. You're gonna find out how that South gonna look. By now, and next you're gonna find out how a lot of people homes. The people it's gonna be a lot of people losing homes, y'all. You'll be forced to pack up and leave. That's how bad things will get. So you want to make your decision, man. Whether you stay here in America, or where you pack up and leave, because there's gonna be a lot of people be forced to pack up and leave, man. Because they ain't gonna be able to rebuild the ruin, man. There's gonna be so much catastrophic disaster. The priests, you're gonna see people, you know what I mean, gonna have to be forced to evacuate, man. And where people go from here, actually, that's the like remain you know what I mean, unknown. Like I don't know where people go from here, man. But things will get hectic, man. Things will get bad, y'all. So really have a preparedness, man. Because FEMA don't have one for you, and they trying to cut out FEMA, man. It's sad, man. Because they cutting out the funds out of FEMA. America, they show you they don't have no funds, man. They showing y'all they don't have enough funds go around, man. This is sad, y'all. This is sad, man. Let's go.
Amazed that he's endorsing me because that can't be good for him. I'm abolishing the EV mandate. And I once asked him about it. He never talked to me about that. He said, well, as long as it's happening to everybody, I'll be able to compete. It's a very interesting answer. I thought it was a very honest answer, to be honest with you. And I talked about it, that incredible, you would have thought he would have been from day one. You got to make sure you don't do the EV mandate, the abolishing, and never did. Very honest in that sense. And he did say to me, I actually asked him because it was like really strange. I'm with him. He's very, a friend of mine, and he makes electric cars. And we're saying you're not going to be able to make electric cars, or you're not going to be forced to make all of those cars. You can make them, but it'll be by the market, judged by the market. And that's what he said. He said, as long as I'm on the same plane as everybody else, we're going to do good. We make a better product. I said, that's very cool. It's very cool. That was my answer. After that, he got a little bit strange, but I don't know why, over much smaller things than that. As part of the one big, beautiful bill, will also further slash the funding for the Green New Scam. As you know, it's the greatest scam in history, saving American taxpayers hundreds of billions of dollars. The windmills are killing our country, by the way. The fields are littered with them, junk. They're littered with them. And they get older, and they get rusty, and they get bad, and this is other countries also. It's the greatest scam in history. It's the most expensive energy you can buy. They're ugly. A friend of mine comes from Minnesota. He's been in New York. He hit it big. He's a very successful guy, actually. And he wanted to go back, see his mother who's not well. And he went back to Minnesota. Hasn't been back there in 20 years. And he said, it's unbelievable what happened. He said, I'm driving down a highway and up a certain road, and the most beautiful fields. I remember them so well, and I was so looking forward to seeing them again. And I looked at them, and they had windmills all over them. These horrible, horrible structures. A very smart guy, this guy. He said these ugly, horrible things. And he said it was so bad I actually drove back to see it because I couldn't believe it before I even got.
You know, you could talk about anything else, but you can never have a figure speech about these people that's here to kill, destroy, and take away your future. They'll allow you to talk about anything else, but as long as you talk about politics and about them and about this world, what this world's going to come to, they don't. It's like they don't want you to talk about that. You're supposed to get on YouTube and talk about anything else like you don't have a figure of speech, man. I pray that God, get these pledges live in motion and destroy this wicked nation. Destroy their plans before they can even, be in fact. I pray that this will be the year. Because once they plan come into effect, I pray that God wipes this world, and that it won't be a single breath. Because the devil is playing a hard game, y'all. Playing a hard game, y'all. Playing a hard game. And I know there's a lot of my people, man, and there's a lot of people that can't even force to move, man. There's some people that's just glued here that can't go nowhere. Let this motherfucker burn. Because at the end of the day, man, I don't recommend my people to stand here to call themselves American citizens as they want you to be treated as you being here, treated as an equal citizen, man. This is what the devil is doing to cause hell, man. This is a mark of a beast system that Trump is finna do, man. Y'all better pay attention, man. Neither one of us is safe as black people. We not safe, and he's coming after us, man. He's coming after us. That's why you see chaos in the streets. You see protesters. All this is a stage, man. All this is just a set stage, man. You know what I mean? For the coming showdown of what must come, y'all. All this, how they set things up, y'all. It's staged. You know what I mean? The people that the people that didn't show up to Trump's birthday, man. Trump really didn't have a lot of people to support him during his birthday, man. Which such a, it's a disgrace because now his people coming at him. He really had nobody, you know what I mean? Yeah, the majority of the people that's out protesting throughout different states in the union. He was expecting to get less people, you know what I mean, on his birthday, man. That's humiliating, man. That's such a disgrace, man. And his own people talking about it, man. Tell y'all, man. Tell y'all, man. This is a time y'all gotta wake up, man. This is a time y'all gotta wake up. Things is gonna be stripped from us, man. By next year, we're gonna have a lot of things taken. Social Security. You're not gonna have no good job here. It's like, man, you're gonna be working on minimum wage, man. All the good jobs Trump didn't take. Trump know what he did, man. A lot of you gonna be working on the minimum wage, man, saving paycheck to paycheck. You'll hear politicians talking about Americans saving paycheck to paycheck. You know how humiliating that is. You know how humiliating that is to hear politicians saying how many Americans have to save paycheck to paycheck. In order for them to say they love capitalism, man. Many. See. We it's us Black American people. We gonna be the ones we segregate to make up the population. In order for them to say capitalism, because look, people gonna be forced to live out in the streets by next year. You start seeing more homeless people, homelessness. You'll start seeing an increase of homelessness, y'all. Because once this bill gonna go right in effect next year, you're gonna see those 60,000 people that's got those rent vouchers. They're gonna be on the streets. People gonna be forced to move. Ain't no more rent vouchers. Ain't no more public assistance no more. Let's go.
To my mother, I drove back. I said, "How much do you like your mother?" But no, it hurt him to see it. He said, "I looked at this field. It was one of the most beautiful places in my own mind and imagination."
Now I hate when people come in here. If you ain't been on the live for the whole 2 hours, I hate when people come in here and say why is this Trump fault? Well. Ever since Trump been here, y'all don't see the tariffs. Y'all don't see these tariff wars going up. Y'all don't see the food chain being tightened. Y'all don't see the tariffs going up. And he's putting in the Black communities and the Black salons and the Black farmers. Y'all don't see what he's doing here. Y'all don't see it when he's telling you all he got to do is sign. And he's telling you, and he's putting in your face that all he got to do is sign. And he's telling America, when will this day? Well, I would never thought this day would come. He said, I will never thought that this day would come. You know why Trump said that? He never thought this day would come where all he had to do is sit down and sign these executive orders. And these bills go straight to the Congress. You know, they're gonna pass the bill. Both parties vote on it. And Democrats don't really, it's like Democrats can't even do nothing when it comes to these powerful Republicans. Democrats, yeah, they disagree with some of the bills and stuff because it don't work in the interest of American people. But at the end of the day, y'all, these bills were gonna be passed regardless of how the Democrats feel. Y'all gotta understand something, man. Most of you guys may not know what's in these bills. Most of you guys may think that these bills would get reversed. No, man. You think public assistance going to get reversed? You think your WIC, your stamps, Social Security, you think that's going to get reversed? No, y'all better pay attention, man, because when this shit goes into effect and we start feeling the domino effect, man, I'm telling y'all, man, shit going to start being hard for you because he's going to make it hard for you. He's going to make it complicated. For those 60,000 people that's on public assistance, it's going to be hard. People won't be forced to have to move. You want to get that? You're going to they're going to put that eviction notice on your door, man. It's coming, man. This shit is coming. You know what I mean? Our children's going to feel the domino effect. My daughter, she's only 7, man. By the time she gets in high school in her 11th grade, she gonna feel the domino effect, man. I hate to say, I gotta teach her. I gotta talk to her. I gotta talk to my stepkids, man, because ain't nothing promised for them, man. You know what I mean? Nothing promised for them, man. Trump is trying to demolish, cut down things, y'all, and he's telling you. They put it in your face. All I gotta do is sign. And he said, "Who would thought that this day will come?" Y'all better peep the play, man.
That I've ever seen, and I said it's littered with this garbage. It looked like a junkyard, he said. And some, so then you get different manufacturers, and they don't look alike, and they're not painted alike, different colors. You have, even if they're white, one's a beigey white, one's a darker white, one's a lighter white, and then they start to rust after 4 or 5 years. And then they start to wear out, and nobody takes them because you're not allowed to bury the propellers, the props, right? You can't bury the props for some reason. I don't know why, but they say that you can't bury a certain type of fiber, and if it goes in the ground, we're all going to die. It's what bullshit this is, okay? They can't bury. So what they do is they leave them up. If you go to Palm Springs, California, take a look. You go into this beautiful community. Before you go, it's like you're riding through a junkyard. Windmills all over the place. Tall ones, short ones, dead ones. They're all dead. Some are hanging over by a thread. They never take them down. They just leave them there, and they start to rust. It's one of the greatest scams, and it's also the most expensive energy. And the environmentalists say, "Oh, we love wind. It sounds so good," but it's a horrible thing. Environmentally, it's a horrible thing. I say that to you. It's wind, and we are going to have virtually no one mandate we have. We're going to natural gas, nuclear. Nuclear. We just had a big signing with nuclear, making it easier, safer, and better. It's really, I would say, probably more than any other form of energy that's come about. It's been amazing what it's been done. It's very safe, very good, and very inexpensive. But we're not going to let windmills get built because we're not going to destroy our country any further than it's already been destroyed. You go and look at these beautiful plains and valleys, and they're loaded up with this garbage that gets worse and worse looking with time. Starts when the rust comes. 4.5 years it starts to rust. And it's very expensive to paint them. So they don't paint them. And they're horrible. What's happened is horrible. So we're not going to approve windmills unless something happens. It's an emergency. I guess it could happen. But we're not doing any of them. I hope the Senate will soon pass a bill. The House can quickly approve and get to my desk by the 4th of July. We'll have this done. And to further defend our auto workers, I imposed a 25% tariff on all foreign automobiles. Investment in American auto manufacturing is surging because of it. They have Mercedes all over. They pay 25% if they don't make the car in the United States. And because of that, and this could have been done long before Trump. This could have been done by any one of the presidents. I did it with China. The reason you don't have Chinese cars here is because I imposed it my last term. I actually asked the question, I said, "Do we have any Chinese cars here?" "No." "Why?" "Because you imposed a 25 or 27.5% tariff on Chinese cars. So they're not coming here, but they are going to Europe all over the place. But I love China. We just made a deal, and I respect President Xi a lot. and we made a deal that's good for both countries. The deal we made with China is good for both countries. It's going to be a lot of money made, and it's going to ultimately open up China, which is the ultimate thing. And I'm going to be working with President Xi, and he'll talk about it. And that's going to be good for China. It's going to be good for us. But we're going to be opening up China. That's bigger than what we signed. And I think had we not signed it, that wouldn't be happening. It's going to happen. It's going to happen fairly soon. But to further defend our auto workers, I impose this 25% tariff on all foreign automobiles and investment in American manufacturing and auto manufacturing. All manufacturing is surging.
Now, for whatever reason, y'all, why would he put 25% tariffs in the United States? Why would he let the American people have to suffer? Why would you put tariffs in the United States? Why would you just find a solution and work on a solution and practice the right solution? Why is it Trump couldn't get nothing done out of China? Because China wasn't see this is how China is, y'all. China take care of population. We don't take care of ours. China got things, where okay, buy from us. We got stuff. But we didn't buy for you for years. You know? And when and see this is about y'all, this is about Trump want, China to buy up, America's trades and stocks. These people ain't buying that, man. You know what I mean? Since we had 80% of our food coming out of China, right? And since Trump feel like we not finna buy none of your trade, we not finna buy the things you have. So we just gonna go on and put some tariffs. We're gonna put tariffs on your you guys Apple phone, because they don't see Trump don't like the idea that the Apple phone's made in China. See Trump don't like the idea that half the stuff made from China. Cause I told you guys this shit is about profit, man. It's about how much profit they can profit off of. And when these fortunate countries is not bargaining, you know what I mean? It's like these fortunate countries, it's like they're not buffing, man. They're not bluffing, man. You know what I mean? They know that America gotta, they gotta buy from us. You know what I mean? So because at the end of the day, what's the whole purpose of Trump visiting these fortunate countries is that these fortunate countries, like I said, they not they're not buffing, man. They're not bluffing of the president, man. You know what I mean? So we thinking the whole time we thinking that these negotiations will get done. You know what I mean? America will have some trades with the fortunate countries. Ain't nothing happen, y'all. You see when it comes to the war in Gaza and Israel regarding the peace fire. You know what I mean? Negotiation things like that for the peace agreements. You know what I mean? For things to be settled at peace. And you think instead of Trump going to the Middle East, he would go visit Israel. He had no desire to visit Israel. He has shown no desire to go over there. So that's why you see Iran and Israel at war, because he showed no desire to go over there and visit Israel. You see, this is why I said America, when America deposited their little brother Israel on fortune soil and in Palestine's land. This will make me already, know that this land is going to be taken by the Palestinians to some point. Israel is going to be defenseless. And you're going to see how God is going to turn this thing, up. the Most High, because he got to establish Israel land. Because those people over there, they're destroying the territory of Israel, and we already know those not the real Israelis that's over there fighting. So the people is going to be defenseless, and then once they find out that Iran is going to be supported by Russia, America is going to eventually have to come in, because that Cold War between America and Russia, they're going to have to fight it out. America will eventually going to have to come in. She's going to have to be forced to fight, y'all. In other words, depending on how much soldiers she has in the battlefield, America will have to fight it out, man. Because what's going to happen? Russia's going to intervene, y'all. Russia's going to support Iran, and things will be escalated as you see it. Let's go, man.
And I might go up to the tariff in the not too distant future. The higher you go, the more likely it is to build a plant here. Ford has just announced that it's going to invest $500 million. Some of the things involved in what we just did. General Motors is going to spend $4 billion. They just announced that yesterday. Stellantis announced that it's going to reopen its Belvidere assembly plant. That's good. I know the plant very well. Had a lot of problems. They're going to spend $5 billion. And Hyundai announced that it will invest $21 billion in America. They wouldn't have invested 10 cents if we didn't have tariffs, including for manufacturing American steel, which is doing great. American steel is doing great now because of what we did. You wouldn't have, if I didn't put tariffs on steel, they were dumping steel. China and a lot of other countries were dumping steel in our country. Garbage steel, dirty steel, bad steel, not structurally sound steel, real garbage, but it was still there, lots of it. And if I didn't put tariffs, I put 25 and 50% tariffs on steel, right? John James, we put tariffs on steel.
You see what he's saying? He said, I put 25, 50% tariffs. But he never tells you, you know what I mean, what he put the tariffs on. You start seeing a high tariffs rate in black salons. You know what I mean? You go into a salon store, you go into any black beauty salon, you start seeing these costs of these products is high, y'all. It's not affordable like you used to go when you go into a black beauty salon. Why is that? Why is that? He's just showing, you know what I mean, the black communities, man. He's just showing, you know what I mean, all middle class people, man. Especially black communities, man. Why is that? Y'all better start looking around, y'all, and start seeing the more people start leaving, y'all better get on board, man. That's all I gotta say. Y'all better start getting on board, man. Cause we don't have a place, we don't have the place to go and a place to, you know what I mean, to piss in and we don't throw out of. Because as long as we stay in America, man, and things is going on right in front of us, it's gonna get to a point, it's gonna be a time. People are packing up. People are leaving America. Whether you leave America or not, you're gonna be looking at it like, man, I'm gonna have to be forced to make a decision here, man. Because I'm telling y'all, man, the going is gonna get tough for a lot of us, y'all. It's gonna get real tough here, man. It's gonna be real funky, like, man. Just right at the end of this year, man, things gonna really get really tense, man. Just wait, y'all. Y'all think I'm lying, man. Y'all better wait and see how things get tense, man.
Steel, and we were doing great with steel. Now we're really doing great. A big investment is being made in Pennsylvania. You've been reading about it. They're going to spend $17 billion on U.S. steel. And all the steel workers wanted it. And we have a golden stock. We have a golden share, which I control or president controls. Now I'm a little concerned whoever the president might be, but that gives you total control. It's 51% ownership by Americans. And we have a company, a great company, Nippon. They're coming in from Japan. They're going to spend $17 billion. And someone said, well, what happens if it doesn't work out? I said, they spent $17 billion. We can't put it on a trailer and drive it to Japan. This is steel mill. You know, some businesses you can move. You move your office, and that's where the business is. With this business, they're spending 17. Think of that, 17 billion. They're going to have them all over the country. I want to introduce several of the great Americans representing the millions of people whose livelihoods we're saving with today's action. I just can't tell you how incredible this action is, because nobody thought this was one that I wasn't so. I would have rather had it than almost anything, but I was told by everybody except that guy right there that you couldn't get it. Bill Kent runs a chain of family-owned convenience stores that opened in West Texas in 1957, known as Kent Quick. And Bill, if you could come up and say a few words about what the signing means to you, please.
Wow, you're probably wondering why I've called you all here today, right? What a great day. From my perspective, I'm in the convenience store and trolley marketing business, and what this does is it gives us freedom. It gives consumers freedom to pick what kind of car they want, but more importantly for us, it gives us the ability to plan going forward, because with mandates, we were forced to have to look at putting in infrastructure that frankly is extremely expensive and doesn't give you any return. So this allows us, it's going to free me up and our companies up to invest in what people want, in the cars they want, and it's a great day. So Mr. President, Congress, thank you, Steve, everybody, thank you so much. Thank you.
And a friend of mine for a long time is John Hess. He's one of the top CEOs in the country, and he's now the CEO of Hess Corporation, one of the biggest oil producers, and he's a fantastic person with great knowledge of the subject matter. Can you say a few words, John? I see you in the audience. Come on, thanks.
Hi, I'm John Hess, and CEO of Hess Corporation, a proud producer of oil and gas in North Dakota and the Gulf of America. And so you all know that I was born in New Jersey, grew up in New York, and my father started our company by driving a secondhand oil truck. So, Mr. President, it's an honor to be before you today. Thank you for that. Mr. President, during your campaign, you made a commitment to the American people to repeal unworkable and costly mandates for cars and trucks and let the consumer choose what type of vehicle they drive. Today, with the bipartisan support of Congress, you're making good on that promise. I'd like to recognize Speaker Johnson, Leader Thune, other members of Congress whose tireless efforts were critical to the outcome we're celebrating today. And a special thank you to Senator Capito for her leadership. This announcement today is about consumer choice and affordability for American families. It's also about making our country, auto industry, more competitive, Mr. President. You said that very eloquently. As you know, Mr. President, one-size-fits-all policies like those adopted in California do not work. America, in every state, every American should be able to choose what they want to drive, not the government. We as a country would be basically leaning into our competitive advantage with this repeal on oil and gas. Oil and gas are a strategic industry for our country, underpinning energy dominance, economic prosperity and national security. We are truly energy independent. So, Mr. President, on behalf of Hess Corporation, on behalf of the oil and gas industry, and every family across our country, thank you for your courageous leadership and your commitment to consumer choice and energy affordability. Thank you very much.
Very respected guy. The California EV mandates would also have devastated our nation's incredible truck drivers and the trucking industry, and I gave you a little bit of a rundown. But a diesel-powered semi-truck can drive from Reno, Nevada, I'll give you some other locations. Nevada to Los Angeles, California, and back on a single tank of diesel oil, diesel fuel, but the same exact journey would require an electric truck driver to stop also 6 times at recharging stations, adding an estimated 9 hours to the trip. I don't know too much about the trucking industry, but this is not sounding good. Here to discuss a little bit about the trucking industry, Gina Jones. And Gina, a real expert on trucks, I can tell you that. She's going to come up and tell us about trucks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members and Congress. The trucking industry has America's back, and we are grateful that a president and the administration that have our back too. Today, trucks are 99% cleaner than a generation ago. We need great partners in government to continue that process. We cannot allow one state's regulations to disrupt our entire nation's supply chain. Allowing California to do so would have negativity impacted the hundreds and thousands of truck drivers who deliver critical goods across the country each and every day. In order to deliver for American families and businesses, we need realistic national standards. With the signing of this resolution, Mr. President, you have delivered the leadership that trucking industries need. Promises made, promises kept.
You know, all this gonna come back when you make a promise to American people. When you saying I'll make America great again, and people gonna look at these promises, and it ain't gonna add up, y'all. Just look what they doing. Look what's happening with the consumers. Look what's going on with oil companies, y'all. I want y'all to understand what's gonna go on, man. What's going on with oil production thing. I want y'all to understand what's finna go on, man. The food chain is being tight because you know, Trump didn't really get nothing done. And those 100 days he stepped in office, he didn't get nothing done. He was in 14 countries, y'all, discussing all the problems that our country is having, but not finding a solution, y'all. And then you come back with nothing. People are asking, you got reporters asking, well, what's going on with the trades? And you see he had to make another visit to the 14 countries. He didn't even stop. I tell y'all, he didn't make that stop. The last time he stopped in the Middle East, he didn't make no stops to Israel. He had no desire, you know what I mean, regarding that Gaza and Israel on the ceasefire. He could have made a agreement to stop the war with Israel and Gaza. The war is now fewing now. The war has got escalated. Tensions is high now because Iran is stepping in. Now what's going to happen is Israel at some point is going to be defenseless. I told y'all Iran is going to go over, and they're already nuking and striking at Israel. And then you see, with the help of Russia, because it's going to have America and Russia going to have to come out and fight in this Cold War. It's going to make America will have to come out and fight at some point. Let's go.
On behalf of the eight On behalf of the 8.5 million Americans who work throughout the trucking industry, I thank you.
Great job. So just to wrap it up, say under the Trump administration, we will restore the full strength, might, and glory of the American auto and trucking industry. We'll protect our truck drivers, auto workers, small business people, and manufacturers all over our country, and actually all over the world, and that's okay too. We're doing a project.
Now, millions is watching all over the world to see what this man's going to do. The people are out there protesting no king because they're already seeing where this country going. The people are already protesting no king day. And if you see during the 250th anniversary, when you see with nobody supporting Trump, hardly you have no one supporting Trump. It's like that day was like the stage was empty, y'all. You should see. You see, the own people was humiliating his day, man. His day that's supposed to be special turned out to be a disaster. Turned out to be disgraceful. Tell y'all, man. We don't have long to see what's coming on this nation, y'all. So, like I said, I tell you guys, enjoy life, man. Enjoy life. Make the good decisions. Leave America if you can, because you're gonna have to because things will get tense. You will have to think about leaving, man, because this thing is not going to be. In other words, it's not permanent. I want you guys to make the right decision with your life, man, because we don't have long to decide. We don't have long to decide. Things we have long could be the greatest mistake people makes. We see in the day of Noah, we see in the day of Lot. So shall it be in the coming of the Son of Man. People are going to be here eating, drinking, partying, protesting. People are going to be. It's a distraction. We are already in a spiritual warfare. We are already in a spiritual battle, y'all. We're already seeing the principalities of evil that's coming in the heavenly realm, y'all. So that's telling us, do not be out here partake. Do not be out there with large gatherings. It's a force of demonic energy that's already out here. You don't want to get caught, you know what I mean, partaking, being out there, y'all. This is not our fight to be standing out there and be fighting. I want y'all to understand that God is willing to take up the fight for us. He's willing to take up this fight. And And this is why deliver has come. We seen it that it been thou far been a year that God been pledging America with his divine pledge of storms. We seen it already. And we seen it's continued to happen. It's continued to happen. They're having another day of this red outbreak, y'all. We seen it. It's going on. Storms after storm is here. And there's nothing FEMA is going to do because now they give you less funding from FEMA. I tell y'all, man. I tell y'all, when people start losing homes, you start seeing more protests. People gonna go, man. People gonna go out of their minds, man. People ain't gonna handle it, man. People ain't gonna be handling the pressure that's gonna be coming here in America. People ain't gonna be handling the pressure, man. The crisis that's coming here in America. People, y'all gonna listen to me sooner or later and be like, you're gonna have to move for a better living, you know what I mean, situation, better living condition. Y'all will have to be forced to move. Y'all gonna be wanting to move from America. Because this look, you're not gonna be treated where they're gonna treat you, they're gonna bail you out. A lot of people gonna be looking to get bailed out. You ain't gonna be getting bailed out. All the funds if they saying they run out of funds, that should tell you something. I just think it's a lie, but just to keep the middle class down. It's to just go after the middle class people. So I say this, man. You got a job, keep it. If you're financial, if you good in finance, you want to start working on saving from now to next year because things will go in effect. You will feel the domino effect. We ain't got time to be playing and thinking what we want to do. We ain't got time going on vacation, going to these beaches and going out and being out here with large gathering people, man. These is not those good old days anymore, y'all. So you want to save, you want to get your money together, get your house, and got to get your kids, get the kids in order, man. There's a lot of enough is enough now. There's a lot of single moms here, man. Don't want a good man, man. Every woman should find a good man, man. There are a lot of good men here, and they be taken for granted, man. I'm been taken for granted by my baby mama, man, because she don't want to listen. I want to be in my child's life. I want to be in my stepkid's life. I want to be a role model to my stepkids. I want to tell them the future. I want to tell them get themselves ready, because our kids and children, they're not promised today. They're not promised of the education. This educational system is dying. They're not promised to further out these kids' education, man. We got to be able to form our children, man. What's at stake here, man? America, I've been saying, America, she not playing fair. They're playing hardball, man. They're playing hardball, and it's gonna be a lot of people. You're gonna feel the domino. Be a lot of people in depression, stress, don't know what they're gonna do. You won't see a lot of anxiety. You won't see a lot of angry people, man, because they ain't gonna know how to, you know what I mean? They ain't gonna know how to overcome. I keep telling people you're gonna need God like never before. You don't need to seek refuge in God, because when this thing hit the fan, when this thing really hit the fan, people ain't gonna know how to act, man. That's why I keep telling people, get yourself right, get yourself in God, because when the going gets tough, man, people ain't gonna know how to control themselves, man, and a lot of people ain't gonna make it. That's why I say, by the end of next year, a lot of people ain't gonna make it, man. I hate to say it like this to you guys, man. For the ones that's, you know what I mean, that's strong and putting their faith in God, is only the strong gonna survive. Only the strong survive. A lot of people ain't gonna survive this, man. Let's go.
Product that works, a product that's much more efficient, that's better, it's much better, less expensive, and we'll put affordable energy and affordable car ownership back on the center of the American dream as we make America great again, and that's what's happening. We're making America great. You know, when I went over to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, just a couple of weeks ago, the leaders of those countries, and they're very smart people, they said, you know, you've made in a short period of time America the hottest nation in the world. It's the hottest nation. You're the only one we talk about now. And 6 months ago it was a laughing stock. He said that to me, those words. It was a laughing stock, and it was an absolute laughing stock. We've got the hottest nation right now in the whole world, and the numbers are reflecting it too. So I just think it's great. And what I'll do is I'll sign this, then we can take a couple of questions if you want. And we will be finished, and you're going to go off and you're going to build the most beautiful automobiles for 20% less money. And I want to thank you, man. You have done some job. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, everybody. You guys want to come up here? Come on, surround. Sign 3 bills and do everything I just said. No auto pens allowed. That was so good. Give it back. I'll take it. That was a good one. No, I'll sign all 3 of them. 'Cause you never know what you get.
You see, they think this is a joke, because I'm just gonna go back what Trump was saying. All he got to do is sign. He said he was waiting for this to come. All he got to do is sign. See, when you get old people that's running for president, they don't do too much work, man. Because all this thing, you know what I mean? All this thing is a stage, man. He got to do what he's told, man. If they tell him all you got to do is sign these executive orders, man. And half y'all don't know what's in the bill anyway, so y'all don't know. See, that's why I've been saying, when it comes to these, you know what I mean, bills, these spending bills, and man, y'all don't even know what's in these bills. And when you sooner or later, when it goes into effect, when you start seeing things is being hard, man, look, bro. Y'all feel, and I've been arguing with in the past. I've been arguing with my people in the past 2 or 3 days, especially my black folks, about how you're not American here, how America is going to be burned with fire, and you won't have to leave your homes, and you trying to hold on to something that you've been promised. Man, you're going to have to leave, man. I'm telling you, man. Don't be afraid to leave this country. Don't be afraid to leave these people, man. Don't be afraid to walk out of America and go somewhere else, man, where you can live, man. Don't be afraid to walk and leave and go somewhere where you can be welcome. We've been here and look how we've been treated, man. We not welcome here, man. And look what he's doing. But like I said, I got an idiot person earlier today tell me, but how is this Trump's fault? That's the first thing people say. Well, how is this Trump's fault? Well, if you were watching him when he, you know what I mean, stepped in office, you'll see the first 100 years what happened. Nothing. You see nothing happen. Those reporters in his face, man, and he feel bad. He feel bad, man. He went up to the foraging countries. He went into the Middle East. Didn't get nothing done. He didn't get no trades done. They was laughing at Trump, laughing at him as a, you know what I mean, as a hummingbird. They laughing at America as, you know what I mean. They laugh. They sit here and laugh at Trump. Made fun of him, man, because he came back with no plea agreements, no agreements. And you see the sanctions that was put on Russia. Look, man, Russia haven't stopped tearing down Iran. I mean, not Iran, but let me say, Ukraine. Excuse me, there. And you see, Russia haven't stopped supporting Iran. You see, America, man, they made their little brother Israel a defenseless Borat, where now Iran could just go and set their camps up and make Israel into a boardwalk city. That's what Israel is looking over there in Israel. It's looking like a bulwark city, where it's going to be the Palestinians' land. Eventually, it's going to be the Palestinians' land, our state country. Let's go, man.
Number two. Very steady hand. It's very important. Only a steady hand can sign like that, right? Right? I've been told that, actually. And here's number three, and it all goes into effect. Everything I said goes into effect. Lower prices, better cars, and choice. You can say choice. We have choice for education, and you have choice for cars now. Common sense is right. You're right. Common sense is right. Okay, now I can give you a pen. Okay, everybody. Some of them.
You Black Americans better wake up, man, and smell this coffee, man, because the coffee don't always be ripe. I'm telling y'all, man, y'all better wake up and smell what's going on, man, because this is not a permanent place for us. Anybody that, you know what I mean, know me by now, I've been telling my Black folks, content creators, especially my Black content creators, this is not a permanent home for you. You better think that you just passing through, cause this shit finna be set for fervent fire and heat. You gonna have to eventually leave this country, man, to go to another country, man. Y'all better wake up, man. Y'all better wake up. Because the people around you, man, when you start seeing things getting effect, man, my neighbors and neighbors, you start seeing people forced to have to move, and they got that 30-day eviction notice, man. You gonna have to you gonna have to move, man. That's how bad things are gonna be, man. I hate to be so blunt with this, man, but I'm telling y'all, man. I'm telling y'all, man. And they're gonna make you live in the worst living situations, worst living conditions, man. You could be from a house to a probably duplex. You could be to a house and to a one bed, you know what I mean, studio. And if you got kids, you have 4 or 5 kids. You're gonna be in one bedroom studio, man. Come on, man. If he's not making this to be a high cost of living, especially if you're in California, man. To all those people in California, man, you might want to listen to this, man. You might want to move now, man. I know. There's a lot of my people that's in California, man, and most of them may have been living, you know what I mean, under rent vouchers for a long time, ever since everything was normal. You know what I mean? Those rent vouchers came, and they came handy, man. They came back what 2021. Now all of a sudden, 4 days later, now they tell y'all that it's no longer going to go in effect to 2030. It's going to end next year, or maybe the end of this year. In the middle of next year, they're going to put a close to it. And I know that's people that, you know what I mean, that's on public assistance. Ain't nothing wrong with it, but I'm saying it's wrong that they're going to take 60,000 people off. 60,000 people that's on public assistance, they're going to take off. Now that's wrong. And most people don't understand what's in the bill, that they're going to feel the domino effect. And you know, ever since I got locked up, I was waiting on mine to come through. You know what I mean? And you know, you got a lot of people that's on that waiting list, thinking that's going to come through. By the time it even come through, they're gonna end it. They're gonna end it, and it's gonna look. It's gonna affect a lot of people, man. It's gonna affect a lot of people, man. That's on it, man. Versus the people that's not on it, man. I'm telling y'all, man. Those people that's on it, you're gonna see a high increase of homelessness. You'll start seeing a high increasement of homelessness on the streets. This homelessness now, and it's cluttered now. This thing, how cluttered things will be. Millions, man. You're gonna see millions throughout the world. People homeless, man. People wanting to go about getting the next meal and all that, man. Because not only public assistance is gonna be cut, Social Security, your food stamps, all that's gonna be cut out, y'all. People gonna have to go about how they gonna get their next meal, man. Because these little jobs, these little minimum wage jobs, is not gonna pay you too much. You're gonna have to pay rent. How you gonna be able to pay rent if the cost of living is high? How are you gonna be able to maintain? How are you gonna be able to maintain? Because you're gonna have to get like these Hispanic, like these Mexicans. It's gonna have to be like 5, 6 of you, 7, maybe 10 of you live in one house, man. I'm telling you, it's gonna be like that, man. It's gonna be like that, man. Because times here is getting rough, y'all. Times here is getting rough. Let's go.
Go ahead, please. All right, Brian, yeah, please. Yeah, they're going to do better than ever before. They're going to sell cars in America at levels that they've never even thought of before. And they're going to make more money than they ever made before. It's going to be great. They're going to be selling a better car, too. It's going to be a better product. I know that they have been behind me, right? They knew it was right. They've been asking for this for 25, 30 years, in all fairness. No, they're very happy. I told you the Auto Workers Union, we got tremendous votes. But they like me today even better than they did on election day on November 5th because they see the results now. They're all happening. And yeah, they have plants moving in, Brian. A lot of plants are moving in. Thank you very much for that question. Yeah. Oh, he was killing the auto industry. I don't think he knew it. I think he's a guy who he's just got a faulty thought process. You look at that train. The train is the most. I've seen people, stupid people with cost overruns for years. I've watched where something would cost twice as much or 3 times, but this thing is costing 20 times more. It's the most incredible disaster I've ever seen. That's one. The cars are just as bad. Everything's bad. And now you have the situation. So his own sheriff, who's a good man, by the way, said 2 days ago, 3 days ago, that we could not have done this without the military. They were going to take over this whole, they couldn't have done it. Now today they got him to change his tune. He said, oh, I think we could have handled it. So sad. He was so honest. I was using his quote all over the place that they got him to change. But he knows. Los Angeles would be right now burning to the ground just like the houses burned to the ground. It's so sad what's going on in Los Angeles. Think of it. They had a fire that should have never had because they should have listened to me in the water. Eventually, we broke.
Look, he's trying to still blame government Gavin Newsom because California didn't have enough water to put out these fires. But I want to say this before I get started here, man. I was invited to that golden global, rewards they had, man, and you know, I was invited for the first time to go out there, man, to Hollywood and go to the war ceremony, but I didn't want to go. I feel that it wasn't best for me to go, and then I watched it from home. I watched how they curse God, mock God, put God last. So I don't when it comes to these people, man, I don't feel sympathy why these celebrities' house was ruined, burned. They lost their homes, man. You know, and like I said, man, when you see our president of the United States pointing fingers at the government, Gavin Newsom, man, that don't look right. It don't look right. When Trump, even he had his little confrontation with Elon. That don't set too good, man. It makes our nation looks real soft, you know. And it's sad, y'all. It's sad to have so much animosity, so much hate, man. This country got so much hate. And we starting to see nothing good gonna come out of America, man. Nothing good come out from this nation, y'all. Nothing good comes out.
Broke in and we had the water come down from the Pacific Northwest. I can show you pictures now with the half pipes, the big half pipes coming all the way down California. Water, so much water. They don't have any droughts. They don't have any. They have so much water. They sent it all out to the Pacific Ocean for 20 years. So ridiculous. And we got them to take it now. But what they do, what they're doing, this is a big problem. And what they really want to do is keep criminals because they're trying to protect criminals. Sanctuary cities are a disaster in this country. And most of the voters don't want them. Politicians like them for whatever reason, but I think the politicians are wrong. That's why we won in such a convincing fashion. We won all 7 swing states. We won by millions of votes. We won 2,750 districts as opposed to 505. That's why when you look at the map, it's almost all red. It's got 2 little blue stripes on each side of it. It's almost all red. But now you have to. I always got along with Gavin. I like Gavin. I liked him always. He said I never called him. You know, they asked him a question on Fox, I guess. I never spoke to him. He doesn't remember the call. He doesn't remember. I never spoke. And then I produced a phone call. I had it. It took me about 2 minutes. I said, well, here's the call. It lasted 16 minutes and 4 seconds. And it was at 12:30 in the evening. I actually made a call, didn't pick up. I called him a second time, and he picked up. And I told him, I said, you have to get your ass in gear because you're going to have a problem there. And he would have, if we didn't bring the military in, you would have right now something. And I went through it because I follow the rules 100%. And I watched in Minnesota, we had the man who ran for vice president of the United States. Fortunately, he was a disaster. But he wouldn't call in the National Guard. And I eventually called in the National Guard, but it was seven days later. I said, I'll never do that again. I'm never going to, if I see problems brewing, if they're not going to do the problem, I'm not going to wait 2 weeks. Because that city, Minneapolis, burned down. You remember the CNN anchor? He was standing there saying, yes, this is a peaceful rally. And behind him,
Look, Trump deployed 2,000 military to escalate that fight. That's to escalate those protesters. I'm not buying what Trump plans to do. I'm not buying it, y'all. And then the people is not buying it. People see straight through it. Even my white brothers see straight through it, man. They see straight through this shit, man. People are tired, man. The people dissatisfied, man. And the people, white folks are so angry, they'll burn this motherfucker up, man. They're not playing. They about had it too, man. They angry too, man. They feel just like how we feel, man. I'm telling you, man, white folks feel the way that we feel right now, man. And they will pitch in and they will tear this motherfucker up, man. Because now they seeing the big picture here, man. This is about being saved, man. This is about us coming as a collective people, making this nation great. It takes us to make a nation great. You know, how you think President Donald Trump run president? It takes the nation to vote for this man to run the nation. But people, the people are going to get ready to vote him out. There's going to be the people out there that's protesting. Is going to want this man out, man. They're already saying no king. They're saying no king. See the nation we all serve built on chances, man. They didn't give Trump another chance at it, man. And even Gavin Newsom said this man worse than you know what I mean? This man worse this time around than the last time I seen him. Gavin Newsom said this man is worse now than the last time I seen him running in 2016. This is what Governor Newsom was saying, man. Let's go.
the entire city was on fire. It looked like World War II. And I appreciate the question. Thank you. The plane crash was terrible. I've already already told them anything we can do. It's a big country, a strong country. They'll handle it, I'm sure. But I let them know that anything we can do, we'll be over there immediately. But it was a horrific crash. It looks like most are gone. They actually maybe have a couple survivors, which is just heard. But that was a horrible crash. Nobody has any idea what it might be. I gave them a couple of pointers. I said, maybe you look at this. And then, we saw the plane. It looked like it was flying pretty well. It didn't look like there was an explosion. It just looked like the engines maybe lost power. But boy, that is a terrible crash. It's one of the worst in aviation history. Yeah, second. Well, I'd love to avoid the conflict. Iran's going to have to negotiate a little bit tougher, meaning they're going to have to give us some things that they're not willing to give us right now. I'm the last person. I've kept us out of wars. We defeated ISIS completely, 100%, and I haven't had it's peace through strength. I believe in peace through strength. But
Nah, he had never got us out of war. He been escalating the war ever since he stepped in office. Things been escalating. He haven't worked on the ceasefire over there between Israel and Gaza, man. He haven't made one stop to negotiate over there in Israel. He didn't make no stop to Israel the last time around, y'all. Y'all seen it. He went into the Middle East, man. And they looking at him, laughing at him when he's going to the Middle East, trying to shake things up. Come on, y'all, man. Y'all gotta tune in, man. It's disgrace, man, to see this man trying to shake things up in the Middle East, man. These people wasn't buying that. The intelligent leaders wasn't buying that, y'all. They're hoping that he say something out of line that they will reject his offer and everything. They will cancel it, man. Once you start seeing these nations have power now, these nations are rising. They having power. They ain't got to agree on America no more. They ain't got to agree on America and they trade policies, man. Come on, man. America's trades is all cut off. All her delicious, her delicate things that she used to have in 1 hour, 1 day, 1 year came to pass right here in the Western. Her cargo ships, her ship masters, all that is going to be gone, y'all. No one wants to work with her. Why you think we seeing the tariffs at 25-50% tariff war? The Trump ain't got nothing going, man. These foreign people ain't buying it, man. Trump ain't got nothing going for the American people. It's nothing going. This is why he signed these executive orders. This is the reason why he's tightening the chain, man. Because he ain't got nothing going over there, man. Was nothing going in his favor. But since nothing ain't going in his favor, he want to punish so many American people. It's wicked to me. It's disgraceful to me, man. And you know what I mean? Every man have his day. You know what I mean? A man reap what he sow. Every man will have his day. You'll think that Trump, you think he'll have enough of what he did. I mean, 3 assassination attempts. You got to sit down. He turns 79. It's time you sit down now. It's time to let someone else to run this nation. You're not really fit. You're not physically fit running this country, man. It's time to sit down now. Let's go.
With the greatest military in the world, I rebuilt the military, as you remember. For 4 years, I rebuilt the military. And then we gave a chunk of it away, but it was still peanuts. It was a lot, but it was peanuts compared to what we rebuilt. gave it to Afghanistan. One of the most embarrassing moments in the history of our country with the whole withdrawal, the way they withdrew was very embarrassing. But we rebuilt the military. We have the greatest, strongest military. We defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. It was told to be 5 years. It was going to take 5 years, anywhere from 4 to 5 years. We did it in 4 weeks. But by the way, headed by the general who's now the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. That's why he's there. He said it would take 4 weeks, and he did it in 4 weeks. He did actually a little bit faster. So we have a great country, and we're going to keep it that way. And when it comes to Los Angeles or other cities, if we
Don't believe the lies you hear. Don't believe the hype. This is a wicked country. This is a wicked country we are seeing. This is a cursed country. And this is why, and this is why this nation got to suffer. This is why the Most High. That's why the Most High comes, and he hates what he sees. He hates what he sees, man. He hates to see a conniving people, man, a wicked people, man. God, the Most High God. He's not hearing these people, man. He's not buying it anymore. The Most High God is coming to kill and destroy. And the God they said they trust, the dollar, right? And the God they said they trust. The Most High God is not hearing these people, y'all. The Most High God is finna punish this nation.
we see other cities are gearing up. And these people are agitators, they're paid, they're professionals, they're insurrectionists, they're troublemakers, they're all of those things. But I believe they're paid, and we're going to find out through Pam Bondi and her great staff of great people and justice who they are. And Mike, I think you're doing some investigations of that in Congress, but we're going to find out who they are, because they're really, I think what they're doing is unbelievably illegal. Just one thing, so they took the bricks away from people. They're walking in with satchels of bricks. You know, why do you have bricks? You have bricks because you throw bricks. They're very potent. They hit you, they kill you. And they took them away. The military took them away. They saw him. What the hell is this? The guy could hardly carry many bricks. He's a strong guy, couldn't carry them. And they saw that, they took them away. Then they found others with bricks. But they're ingenious. They also brought hammers along, very heavy hammers. And I saw them pounding the curb and pounding the sidewalk. And it was like a military operation. This guy's pounding strong, boom, big shots. And it was breaking up granite, the granite curbs. And the granite was breaking up and the concrete was breaking up. And there was lines of people standing there and handing them. And then he stopped handing them. They just went down and picked them up. It was so professional. I said, that's a professional organization. This is not like people at random. This guy's breaking up because they couldn't use the bricks. So who would think of this even? Did a lot of damage. A lot of curbs are broken. A lot of sidewalks broken. But I never saw that before. That's one I haven't seen. I thought I saw it all. And they have it on tape. And with that, people get killed. You know, they go to the bridges and they drop the concrete off the top of the bridge with a car coming along at 70 miles an hour and the person dies. And we had a lot of car problems. You saw that. They were all over the road. They were littered all over the road where the cars got stopped by concrete going through the front windshield. These are bad people. If we didn't go, Los Angeles right now would be on fire. It would be a disaster. And we stopped it and left.
But Los Angeles have been on fire. I mean, they didn't do nothing about the water system in Los Angeles anyway. When it was on fire, when those celebrity people lost their house, they didn't do nothing about the water system, man. So all this pointing fingers, going back and forth. See, if I was to say America didn't have nothing to do with our infrastructure, the global warming is out of control, y'all. You think that they have a solution for that, right? And this like you hear, you know what I mean, Trump pointing fingers at Gavin Newsom, but look, they don't have a solution for global warming. They don't have a solution for FEMA to have a preparedness, and they're gonna cut FEMA out. They don't have a solution, y'all. The thing is right here, it's at hand, man, and they don't have a solution. So which makes me think that America don't have a future for you here, because they don't have they don't have a solution to stop global warming, things like that. You see, inflation, they don't have a solution for inflation highs, your gas prices, the grocery store, the food in the grocery store is high. They don't have a solution for nothing. Now I want to say, can you agree now? Every man must go to his own. Every person must go to their own land, man. Because you're going to get a time you're going to have to pack your things, man. I'd rather leave America and start somewhere else, man. I'd rather get my things, get my money together, get everything in order, and pack my things and leave and go somewhere else. Because I'm telling you guys, man, in other countries, man, you ain't got to pay. You know what I mean? You ain't got this thing. A lot of people that's living in other countries, they ain't got to pay that high cost of rent, that high cost of living that we've been living in. California is a high cost of living, man, that people don't realize, man. Half of the people that's on public assistance. Over 60,000 American people are on public assistance. And that's because they wouldn't be able to survive without the public assistance, because of this with the high cost of living by itself. Man, y'all better get ready, man. Get your money together, man. And man, I would take that chance to leave here and go somewhere else, man. I would take that chance, man. But it ain't, like I said, it ain't easy how it sound, y'all. It's really not easy just to get up and leave. Cause you gotta have money. Your finance gotta be right. Your money gotta be right. It's not gonna be easy just to get up and leave. But there's a lot of people already moving out of the United States, man. There's a lot of people doing it. And you got to be serious, man, because look, man, America doesn't have no permanent place for you and I. Especially what they doing. Especially when I'm hearing my black YouTubers saying that, yeah, we're going to be next in line. Man, if we're going to be next in line, we need to be planning what we're going to do then. If we're going to be next in line, be sitting here thinking about how they're going to do us next, what they're going to do to black people next, black Americans next. We need to think about getting our stuff and moving up out of the United States. I'm telling y'all, man, before the thing really gets going. I'm telling y'all right now, man. You know what I mean? This is the day of decision. You don't have long to decide, man. Make sure you guys share this video, man. Hit that like, man. Hit that like button for me, man. But share this video, man. Let's get this video out to the YouTube algorithm, man. The YouTube algorithm is up and down, man. But we need to get this video out, man. YouTube, you know what I mean? I don't know what's up there algorithm, man. It's some timing, man. But we need to get more of you guys on here, man, and sharing this video and hitting that like button, man. So it can get into the, you know what I mean, algorithm. So let's go, y'all.
Last night was very good. Nobody showed up. You know why they didn't show up? Because we were there. If it was just the police, because the police are great. I know those police are great, but they're told not to do anything. They're not allowed to act. Thank you. Well, I don't want to say imminent, but it looks like it's something that could very well happen. Look, it's very simple, not complicated. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Other than that, I want them to be successful. I want them to be tremendous. We'll help them be successful. We'll trade with them. We'll do whatever is necessary. You know, I stopped a war between India and Pakistan.
Look, he don't want Iran to have nuclear weapons. Now, in 2016, when Trump went over to Iran, he was talking thug talk. That was a talk of a mind of a beast, man. Going there in Iran, just talking about taking the oil. You gotta understand. There's China, Russia. They all of them made, you know what I mean, agreement on oil, on the oil production, on oil, right? Trump came in there doing his 2016 election, going to Iran, just talking about taking the oil. See, that's thug talk. See, that's the talk of a beast now. And his plan was trying to make Iran a bulwark city. Now he's talking about taking their nuclears. He'll trying to, go into Gaza and occupy and mobilize Gaza. That's the reason why you think he didn't go back to Israel. Why you think when it's regarding the ceasefire, he didn't go back. He didn't make no desire to go back over there in Israel. It's like he's making Israel defenseless, man. He's not going over there solving anything, y'all. Because he went right back into the Middle East and made a fool out of himself, man. That's why you got Iran. You got Iran already stepping in over there in Israel. That's why you got the war. It's escalating. He ain't found a solution, man. He's only here to make havoc. He's only here to create chaos and create havoc, man. That's what Trump's here for, man. Hell, man, Joe Biden did get a better job than what Trump did so far. Joe Biden did a better job than Trump's ever since he stepped in office this year. It ain't even been a year so far. It ain't been a year so far, and you seeing and you seeing what's happening. The last time I checked on his approval rating, it was his approval rating was so low, man. Donald Trump approval ratings is worse than Joe Biden. And we ain't even been in a year. It ain't been a year yet, y'all. Let's go.
I stopped it with trade. I don't think I've ever seen a story written about it, but it's pretty cool. They were getting ready. Pakistan was their turn to hit, and eventually they're going to go nuclear. And I stopped it. I called each. I respect each leader greatly. You know them. And I spoke to them, and I talked about trade. I said, but you're not trading with us if you're going to go to war. If you're going to start throwing nuclear weapons around. And I said it to both of them, and they were both unbelievable, actually. They understood it exactly. They stopped. I stopped that war with phone calls and trade. And India's here right now negotiating a trade deal, and Pakistan's coming, I think, next week. And I'm very proud of that. Nobody died. The nuclear weapons, they each have very severe, very substantial numbers of nuclear weapons. And I think we should get some credit for that. You know, the whole Republican Party should, because that's their mindset. Please. Yes, ma'am. What? Look, I've always been in favor of students coming in from other countries. That includes China. And we have 500,000 Chinese students coming in. I've always been in favor of it. Does it mean that you have to watch people? Yeah, you have to watch students, but you have to watch other people also. I've always been strongly in favor of it. I think it's a great thing. It's good for our schools. I think it's good for our country. I'm also in favor of having them stay. I've been in favor of letting them stay. If you get educated for 4 years, you're willing to get educated for 4 years. I like people being able to stay. They have.
Look, that's so much nonsense, man. The way Trump is doing, he's not allowing your children. I want you all to listen to me. He's not allowing your children to get a 4-year education. He's not. If he signed executive orders cut down, fundings in California, grants and scholarships from California. California's a big population. Right, and if he's putting a cut to that I just don't see our children in this day, in this generation, is promised to even further education, man. If he's putting a stop to it, there's so much bogus crap you hearing, man. For real. And he got to be taking accountability for his actions, man. And I pray that the day comes, man. Every man got to be held for their accountabilities, for their actions. It's so much bogus you hearing. Let's go.
Some great students. You have some. These are Republicans, because a lot of Republicans don't like that idea. I happen to like it. I'm a real Republican, believe it or not. But I like the idea. They go 4 years. To me, that's almost like, just buying your way in a very legitimate way. And, you have stories where Apple wants to hire somebody and they can't hire because he can't stay. He went to a great school. He finished first in his class. They made him a big offer. And everything's done, but he has no idea whether or not he's going to be able to stay. And I'm all for making sure that people like that can go to work for all of our great companies. And you know what they do? They go back to their country, and there are stories that are all over the place. They go back to their company, and they start a company just like they were going to start here. They end up starting it in China or India or someplace else, and now they're among the richest people in the world. They've got thousands and thousands of employees and make it great. This is happening all the time. Because they're not allowed to stay, and I think we'll probably end up doing something about that, right? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, you in the blue, please, light blue. I'm very close to the situation. I'm very disappointed in Russia. But I'm disappointed in Ukraine also, because I think deals could have been made. And, we're losing 5,000-6,000 people a week, soldiers mostly, but also people living in towns because they're getting hit by missiles again. How'd you like to live in a building and you think a missile has a good chance of hitting your building during the evening? It's horrible. Must be horrible to live like that. But, we'll get it, but it's, I'm disappointed that it's not done. We did great with India and Pakistan. We did very good with Israel. I thought, look, October 7th was a disaster. People forget, they like to forget. That was a horrible thing. But, none of these things would have happened if I were president. If I were president, none of it would have happened. You wouldn't have Israel problem. Iran was.
That's another bogus lie he's saying. Everything is happening while he's running president, man. He said all these things would happen if he was running president. Well, you see, Iran's at war. Things is escalating. You see, Russia's still at war with Ukraine. You see the tariff wars, Trump putting 25-50% on Americans. You see the the deportation on immigration. You see the funding bills. You know what I mean? Inside the funding bills, we had public assistance being cut. California, you know what I mean, funding program, grant scholarships being cut. SNAP, WIC, food stamps is being cut. Social Security is going to be cut by the beginning of 2026. Now, what more of you people need to hear? Because I'm laying everything out, man. I'm finna lay everything out. I'm finna expose these people, man. I'm finna lay everything out, man. The truth is here. See, what remains hidden will come to light. I'm here to lay everything flat out, man. Trump is a successful liar. You can't believe. I'm telling you, don't go believe what he's telling you, man. Everybody's seeing things now. Everybody's seeing the big picture, man. Let's go.
Broke. They had no money. We had big sanctions on that. Biden immediately let them get rich. $300 billion they have right now. But they had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah. They had no money for anything. It was perfect. We wouldn't have had inflation that was caused by oil, Chris. The oil price went through the roof. It was also caused by their spending, but it was caused more by oil than anything else. The oil went so high, got close to $100 a barrel, and that also kept the war going with Putin, because at $100 a barrel, that was a big money-making experience. But now it's down to where it's not so good for them anymore. No, it's very important to get that solved. That's a bloodbath. That's a terrible bloodbath that's going on. Yeah, please go ahead. We're going to get those two getting together. You know? I told them, India and Pakistan, they've had a long time rivalry over Kashmir. And I said, I can solve anything. I will be your arbitrator. I can solve anything. And I started the first question, how long has it been going on? They said, 2,000 years. I said, oh, that's all right. When I heard 2,000 years, I said, maybe I'll have John and solve that problem. Peter?
What made you change your mind about targeting in California farmers and people in the hotels that need your
Well, we're not targeting. In fact, if you look today, I put out a statement today about farmers. Our farmers are being hurt badly by, they have very good workers. They've worked for them for 20 years. They're not citizens, but they've turned out to be, great.
Look, you see, he's hurting these farmers that's been here for 20, 25 years. And he's saying they're not citizens. This is what he's saying. Listen to what he's saying. I want y'all to listen. He says they're not citizens. But how can we prove it? When you can believe the lies. If they've been here 20 years, farmers, and Trump made a mistake by taking the farm jobs out. By sending a mass deportation on immigration. So it's destroying all the farm jobs, y'all. All the farm jobs is going to be gone, y'all. Construction jobs going to be gone. All other high good jobs is going to be gone, y'all. Y'all going to be forced to have to tell y'all, man, you're going to be forced on the labor work, man. On the labor work, you're going to be forced. Because Trump made a mistake. He even knew he made a mistake. Why will you, after people been here 20 years working, good immigrations, people. He's saying, well, these people, I found they wasn't citizens here. And since I found that they wasn't citizens here, I need to go you know what I mean, depart them back to their country. They've been working people, workaholic people. No trouble they cause. But he realized he made a mistake. He realizes the mistake he made is backfiring. I'm telling y'all, man, when this thing get going, don't come crying to us, pointing to us, saying, man, we wasn't expect this to happen. We wasn't expect for him to be the worst president ever. We don't want y'all. We don't want y'all saying that. We don't want y'all crying up. We don't want y'all saying that, man. Because y'all thought y'all didn't put y'all hope, you know what I mean, in the billionaire, thinking that he was gonna fix the whole problems. Now, don't come crying to us, man. Cause I told you so, man. When these people lose their homes, when these people going through, you know what I mean, this weather, you know what I mean, outbreak that they going through from Monday, Tuesday, and into Wednesday, Thursday, because it's gonna be great enhancement sections. Man, don't come crying to us, man. When I already told you guys in my last videos that FEMA ain't coming out helping nobody. They trying to put it. They're gonna put it by the end of this year. They're gonna put it in the FEMA. See how they cutting your middle classes, man. But y'all American, y'all vote for this man in office, and he's cutting off middle class people. You know how sick that is, man. You know how sick it is for you guys, American people, vote for this man in office, and he's cutting off the middle class. You gotta think, if you're a middle class people, and you voted for President Trump, how many middle class people voted for President Trump? And he's cutting out the middle class people. Y'all got, man, y'all gotta be some ignorant people, man. Y'all gotta be some, because at the end of the day, I've been trying to warn you, man. I'm warning you over and over and over and over. We don't want y'all coming crying to us. Because at the end of the day, you about to see this is gonna be the worst president ever. Worst president ever. I'm telling y'all, man. I'm telling y'all, man. This man, ever since he been in office, stopped me from getting my taxes. They took all my tax. But when I realized when Joe Biden was running for president, when I filed my taxes, I got my taxes. The IRS wasn't collecting my tax. Even when I owed child support, they didn't go after my taxes. But I found out that when his sorry ass stepped in office, all my taxes was taken from me, man. So that right there, y'all, that should tell you something. Let's go.
And we're going to have to do something about that. We can't take farmers and take all their people and send them back because they don't have maybe what they're supposed to have, maybe not. And you know what's going to happen, and what is happening? They get rid of some of the people because, you know, you go into a farm and you look at people they've been there for 20, 25 years, and they've worked great, and the owner of the farm loves them and everything else, and then you're supposed to throw them out, and you know what happens? They end up hiring the people, the criminals that have come in, the murderers.
You see that? He ended up throwing these motherfuckers out. The good people, the good farm people that was working, and they love them. The owners and stuff, they love this. They love the Hispanic people. They love the immigration people because they was working in the farmlands, man. And then now, yeah, we get criminals come here to America on a daily basis, y'all. But that don't even means to move out these people that was working 20, 25 years. They had to run working these jobs over 20, 25 years. And now all of a sudden he's upset because some criminal come. You get every criminal come throughout the United States, y'all. Even the people that come out of Europe, man, those are the worst kind people. Those are the worst lewdness characters of people to come. I just want to say that and be clear with you guys. I want to make things clear with you guys, though. Those be the worst characters come out of Europe, y'all. But for immigration come to the United States and for them to be treated, for him to say, oh, them the criminals, them the cartel terrorist criminals. Look, man. Look, don't necessarily means to cut out these immigration people that work 20 years, man. That was working the farms. And you see, you hearing what Trump said. The owners was familiar with him. They had a relationship with the owners and stuff. They liked them. You know what I mean? Now it's not just right. Now you look up, these people got to be sent back to their home. And Trump made a huge mistake. He know he's made a mistake. He made a huge mistake. Let's go.
From prisons and everything else. So we're going to have an order on that pretty soon. I think we can't do that to our farmers and leisure too. Hotels. We're going to have to use a lot of common sense on that. Yeah, it's a very fair question. Look, I want to have an agreement with Iran. We're fairly close to an agreement. We are fairly close to a pretty good agreement. It's got to be better than pretty good, though, but it's got to be, I much prefer an agreement. As long as I think there is an agreement, I don't want them going in because I think I would blow it. Might help it, actually, but it also could blow it. But we've had very good discussions with Iran. Whether or not we get there, I can't tell you, but it'll happen soon. I say this, Peter, very strongly. They can't have, whether it's going in or not going in, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I'd prefer the more friendly path.
What the Israelis told men and women who are stationed in the Middle East.
They didn't tell me anything, but I said, look, there's a chance of massive conflict. We have a lot of American people in this area, and I said, we got to tell them to get out because something could happen soon. And I don't want to be the one that didn't give any warning and missiles are flying into their buildings. It's possible. So I had to do it. I had the choice. Do I do it or not? Doing it has its downside, but it also has its upside. Like you're going to save a lot of lives if it should happen. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Right. Thank you. It's going to be a great day.
What would you like folks to take away from that day? What would you hope that they would remember? And also, Mr. President,
our country is and how strong our military is. We have the strongest military in the world. It's very interesting. 3 weeks ago, it was the end of world anniversary, end of World War II. And I called France and Macron, who's a good man. I said, what are you doing? He goes, we're celebrating World War II, our victory. I said, your victory? Your victory? Tell me about that. And then I called somebody else, and I happened to speak to President Putin at the time. Now, in all fairness to him, he lost 51 million people, and he did fight. Russia fought. Sort of interesting, isn't it? He fought with us in World War II, and everybody hates him. And Germany and Japan, they're fine. Someday somebody will explain that, but I like Germany and Japan too. But Putin is a little confused by that. He said, we lost 51 million people, and we were your ally. And now everybody hates Russia, and they love Germany and Japan. I said, let's explain that sometime, okay? But it's a strange world. But I will say this, look, I want them to go away saying how great our country is and how great our military is. And I was making all these
The simple fact is, not anybody hating Russia. People hate America for people seeing today. Even their own people starting to hate what this man's doing, man. The people are protesting No King Day. Come on, y'all. They hate what this man's doing, y'all. They hate, they hate what's evil. These people start seeing that they hate what this man's doing, man. He's not setting things right. He's only to make things complicated. In other words, y'all. Let's go.
calls. And for some reason, I spoke to like 4 different places. Sir, are you celebrating? And I said, we won World War II and World War I. Right? We won them. And yet we're the only country that doesn't celebrate. Everybody's celebrating except us. And I said, we should celebrate too.
Several No Kings protests planned across the country on Saturday as well. What are your thoughts on those?
What do they call it? No king?
No Kings.
I don't feel like a king. I have to go through hell to get stuff approved. A king would say, I'm not going to get this. A king would have never had the California mandate to even be talking to him. He wouldn't have to call up Mike Johnson and Thune and say, fellas, you got to pull this off, and after years we get it done. No, we're not a king. We're not a king at all. Thank you very much. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Sir,
Mr. President.
Mr. President, sir, you made a lengthy posting today on Truth Social about Senator Rand Paul. Do you expect to see him at the picnic tonight, sir?
I do. I look forward to seeing him, actually. I like him. He's the hardest vote in the history of the U.S. Senate to get. Probably won't get him. But he's a very tough vote. I mean, he's a very tough vote. He's always been a friend of mine. You know, I endorsed him and got him elected. I got him elected twice. But I don't think he understands how great this bill is. This is a great bill. No tax on tips, no tax on, the Social Security payments. It's unbelievable what happens. No tax on overtime. You work overtime, no more tax. Those are big, but they're minor compared to the big things. Taxes reduced. And let's look at the other side. If it doesn't get approved, a 68% tax increase, 68%, including the fact that the Trump tax cuts kick in, but it's a 68% tax increase and many other bad things. I don't even want to, some of them are so bad I don't even want to talk about them. I think it's one of the greatest bills we'll ever pass in this country, and I think that Leader Thune, this gentleman right here, what he's gone through on this with, we started off with a majority of 1, now I guess we have 7, so it's like easier, but it's really sort of 3. It's 7, but it really equates to 3, right? And we have great support. I mean, I can't tell you, I can't guarantee, but when you have a majority of essentially 3, where you can't lose anything more than 3 votes, and you get it passed, it's pretty amazing. And I think it's going to haunt the Democrats because most of the bill is common sense. It's tax cuts, it's border wall funding, it's military funding properly spent. It's all things that are like common sense. They're all good. There's nothing tricky about it. It's basic stuff. And we don't intend on getting one, think of it, not one Democrat vote in the House. Mike, not one. Maybe somebody will come along.
You know why the Democrats ain't voting on that passing bill? Because the bill is not for the American people. When you put in a bill to cut fundings and grant programs in California, when you put in a bill cutting housing assistance for American people, when you put things like Social Security, rent, food stamps, when you put all these things in the bill that's cutting a lot of hard-working American people, then of course the Democrats is not going to agree with what's in the bill. Because you at least got one party is trying to be fair for American people. The other party is trying to be really, really hard on American people. You know what I mean? So, that's what Trump is on, man. That's what he's on right now. Let's go.
Well, I don't know how they can run for office. So many different things. We're gonna very important. Medicare and Medicaid are gonna be strengthened, not hurt. They're using fake narrative. Oh, they're gonna be.
Look, if you cutting Social Security, if you cutting public assistance, if you cutting California's funding on grant programs, if you cutting these things, you guys, what make you think you're gonna have Medicare? I want for this to resonate, man, because if you cutting these things, what makes you think you're gonna have Medicare? I want this to marinate to you. I want this to resonate to some of you guys to let it make sense, because he's not making sense. If you're gonna put on the bill spin, if you're gonna cut Social Security, if you're gonna cut public assistance, if you're gonna cut WIC, if you're gonna cut stamps, if you're cutting Social Security, if you're cutting funding programs, right? Then you cutting Medicare too. Come on, y'all. Let's go.
Strengthen. We're going to strengthen them. They're going to destroy them because under their policies, Medicare and Medicaid go away. Social Security under them is going to be devastated. With us, it's going to be kept but much stronger than before. And very interestingly, I saw.
See, he's not telling you that he's trying to get rid of it. By 2026, Social Security, he's trying to get rid of. Public assistance, he's trying to get rid of. So if he's getting rid of those, then expect your Medicare. All that, all that stuff. You're not going to even, you're not going to be having access to going to the dentist. Medicare ain't going. If you ain't got Medicare, how you gonna go to the hospital, the doctor, if you get sick, or you gotta go to the dentist get a tooth pulled? Come on, man. If he's cutting that, y'all, man, y'all better peep the play, man.
Saw this, and I proved it because for 4 years I never heard Medicare, Medicaid, or Social Security. I've already been there, but they're going to destroy Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. They're going to wipe them out, in my opinion, because their policies are so bad. The country will have no money to pay for them. We're going to make them stronger than ever before.
That's a bold lie. Because they cutting out the middle class people, you know what I mean, and only elite will be able to prosper. That's a lie. He's telling you that nothing y'all going to do once I start signing these executive orders. There's nothing that the court's going to do once I start signing off on these executive orders. And he says in the very beginning, and when y'all watch this video again, he says in the very beginning, I was waiting for this, where all I have to do is sign. Y'all better peep the play, man, because nothing good's coming out for the American people. See, that's why I said nothing good come out these people. Y'all better peep the play, man.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to have President Zelensky of Ukraine, and we've been working very hard, very close. So we've actually known each other for a long time. We've been dealing with each other for a long time, and very well. We had little negotiations back that worked out great. I think for both countries. I think for the world, actually, beyond both countries. And we have something that is a very fair deal. And we look forward to getting in and digging and working and getting some of the rare earth. But it means we're going to be inside, and it's a big commitment from the United States, and we appreciate working with you very much. And we will continue to do that. We have had some very good discussions with Russia. I spoke with President Putin, and we're going to try and bring this to a close. It's something that you want and that he wants. We have to negotiate a deal, but we've started the confines of the deal, and I think something can happen. The big thing is the number of soldiers, mostly at this point, but soldiers being killed. We're losing thousands of soldiers. So on both sides, we're losing a lot of soldiers, and we want to see it stop. And we want to see the money get put to different kinds of use, like rebuilding. And we're going to be working very hard. But we've had a lot of very good conversations. And we'll say until we came along, the Biden administration didn't speak to Russia whatsoever. They didn't speak to anybody. They just allowed this to continue. And I will say that, I'll say in front of you. You've heard me say it 1,000 times. If I were president, this war would have never happened. We would have had a deal negotiated for you without having to go through what you've gone through. But your soldiers have been unbelievably brave. We've given them great equipment, but somebody has to use the equipment. They've been unbelievably brave, and we give them great credit. This was supposed to be over very quickly, and here we are 3 years later. So I give tremendous credit to your generals and your soldiers and yourself in the sense that it's been very hard fighting, very tough fighting, and great fighters. And you have to be very proud of them from that standpoint. But now we want to get it over with. It's enough, right? We want to get it over with. So it's an honor to have you here. Thank you very much for coming. We're going to sign the agreement at the conference in the East Room in a little while, right after lunch. And we'll be having lunch together. We're also discussing some other things. And we appreciate everybody being here. It's somewhat of an exciting moment, but the really exciting moment is when they stop the shooting and we end up with a deal. And I think we're fairly close to getting that. And an honor to have you. And please, I'd like to say something.
No, thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you for the invitation. And really, I hope that this first document, will be first step to real security guarantees for Ukraine, our people, our children. I really count on it. And of course, we count that America will not stop support. Really, for us, it's very important to support and to continue it. I want to discuss it with details further during our conversation, and of course, the infrastructure or security guarantees. Because for today, I understand what Europe is ready to do. And of course, I want to discuss with you what the United States will be ready to do. And I really count on your strong position to stop Putin. And you said that enough with the war, I think.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to have a very, very...
During our conversation.
Let me pause this for a second, guys. I remember this interview they had was a sharp dispute, over Zelensky and Donald Trump. Now, Trump wasn't buying it. Ukraine been handing over trillions of dollars, and Trump wasn't buying. So Zelensky responds and told the U.S., well, you will be, you will be going through consequences, which we already seen. America is going through some severe consequences now. And I remember when he told President Trump, you guys have nice waters, nice oceans. And I don't take that as a threat that, Zelensky was saying, but the time, brothers and sisters, things is gradually approaching. We got things that are in motion, y'all. We got super volcano erupting, we got Yellowstone, we got these earthquakes, we got seismic activity. We got the sea levels is rising. We got these glaciers that allowing the sea level to rise, up to 10 feet. So it's going to bring an increasement of the sea levels by these glaciers. There's a lot of things we have that's boiling here. Strange weather, anomalies. Tornado outbreaks. When he says, yes, you guys have nice waters. Now, what do you guys think it's going to come hit America? When he said you got nice ocean water, tsunamis, y'all. Tsunamis. Tsunamis.
And of course, the infrastructure or security guarantees. Because for today, I understand what Europe is ready to do. And of course, I want to discuss with you what the United States will be ready to do. And I really count on your strong position to stop Putin. And you said...
Look, you guys, for more updates, please please subscribe to this channel for more updates, y'all. You know, I'm gonna I'm gonna I'm gonna close this live, you guys. But like I said, you guys, I'll probably run it for another 2 more minutes before I shut the live off. Cause I want you guys to hear this sharp dispute that Trump and Linsky have. I want y'all to listen when he said y'all got nice oceans, water. I want y'all to hear. Let's play this video before I end the live.
That enough with the war. I think that is very important, Ben, to say these words to Putin at the very beginning of war, because he's a killer and terrorist. But I hope that together we can stop him. But for us, it's very important to, to save our country, our values, our freedom, the democracy, and of course, no compromises with the killer about our territories. But it will be later. And of course, what I wanted, we spoke about it by phone with you about the drones production. We have very good drones production. I think the best one in the world for today because of the war. Yes, and of course, we need very much the air defense. You have the best air defense in the world, and really you have us under attacks of Russians. And I want to speak how we can exchange the licenses. We're open to share the licenses of all our drones with you, of course, with the United States, and we need licenses for quick production of air defense. Even after the war, we need our nation to be calm, that we're secure. So that's why we need this air shield. And of course, about this, I want to speak about the contingents. I think that France and UK already spoke to you, and we know that Europe is ready, but without the United States, they will not be ready to be as strong as we need. And then the last point, last not least, about exchange, about our people and children. And you know that this crazy Russian that they stolen 20,000 of children, Ukrainian children. They changed their names, they changed their, their families, relatives, and now they're in Russia. We want to bring them back, and really it's a big, big dream, task, and goal for me, and our worlds. By the way, this spring we exchanged, released more than 4,000 warriors from Russian prison, but there are thousands more in the prison. I wanted to share with you some images, how it's just can I now?
Yeah,
can I please some 1 minute. I just you to understand in what circumstances.
would have never started. This would have, if I were president, this would have. I'm here as an arbitrator, as a mediator to a problem. I'm not worried about security. I'm worried about getting the deal done. The security is the key. I think he's a great guy, by the way. But I don't know if you two like each other. But you know what?
Support from the United States also. We can do it. Empire. It's a fact. And when he will go there, he will not stay. You will fight. Your American soldiers. It doesn't matter. Do you have ocean or not? Your soldiers will fight. It was my question.
I don't want to talk about Odessa. Let's not talk about Odessa. I want to talk about making a deal, getting peace. We don't have to talk about Odessa, but a lot of cities have been destroyed. A lot of cities that are not recognizable. There's not a building standing.
No.
And a lot of
Mr.
things.
President, you have to come into loop. No. We have very good cities. Yes, a lot of things have been destroyed, but mostly cities alive, and people work, and children go to school. Sometimes it's very difficult. Sometimes closer to front line, children have to go to underground schools or online. But we live. Ukraine is fighting, and Ukraine lives. This is very important. And maybe it's Putin is sharing this information that he destroyed us. He lost 700,000 people, 700,000 soldiers. He lost everything. Yes.
Mr. President, when did you last speak with President Putin? And what did he say?
A couple of days ago.
And what did he tell you that gave you the assurance that he wanted to be used?
Well, that's what I do. My whole life is deals. I know pretty good. And I I've known him for a long time. I've dealt with him for a long time. He had to suffer through the Russia hoax. You know, Russia was a hoax. It was all Biden. It was nothing to do with him. So he had to suffer through that, and he was able to do that. I think that he wants to make a deal, and he'd like to see it end. That's all I do. That's what I do. My whole life, that's what I do, is make deals. And I'm in the middle of a mess, because this is a real mess. It's a very dangerous one. If this doesn't get solved now, it's not going to get solved for a long time. So I hope we're going to get it solved. In the back, please.
President, Prime Minister Stolberg claims repeatedly that government needs to free speech, not engage in censorship. But his country needs government arrest people for memes and not crimes, and even more worrisome is pressuring American companies to censor Americans on his behalf. How can you be a reliable, trustworthy partner in these senses that are demonstrably false on such important topics?
Well, we actually spoke to him about that yesterday, and we thought they took it very, very much too far. JD was very strong. Him either. So.
GD, you are speaking about. What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you are
Mr.
not
President,
strong,
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come to the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this
have you
conflict.
ever been to Ukraine? Did you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems with bringing people into your military?
We have
And do you think that it's respectful
I will answer.
to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
You don't
God
know that.
bless. You will not have a war.
Don't.
Look, that's not a threat he's posing. He said, you guys have nice ocean and you feel the effect. You'll feel effects because look, y'all, the tsunamis is here. The tsunamis is blowing up. These earthquakes is here. And you will feel the effect. That's all he was saying, y'all. That's all he was saying. You have nice oceans, nice waters, and you'll feel the effect. Yes, if you're in the United States of America, we are going to feel the effect. Part of Earth experience. You're going to feel the effect. So, for more updates, you guys please stay subscribed to this channel, man. And we're going to get ready to roll this thing out. But, yeah, I want y'all to hear this again, man.
You should be thanking the president for
Have
trying
you
to
ever
bring an end to this
Have you
conflict.
ever been to Ukraine? Did you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems with bringing people into your military?
We have
And do you think that it's respectful
I will answer.
to come to the Oval Office of
I
the
will
United
answer.
States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
You don't
God
know that.
bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve them.
Yes, we are going to feel the effects. Because we got nice oceans and the sea levels is rising up, and we got nice ocean, and we're going to feel the domino effect, man. Because what he's explaining there, the coastal lands, if you are in the coastal lands will be destroyed. These hurricane seasons, these hurricanes going to make a lot of landfall this year, y'all. And so that's the reason why he said, yeah, you got nice oceans, and you're going to feel the domino effect. So, like I said, you guys, for more updates, stay subscribed. Please share this video. We out.